So a very, very good afternoon to absolutely everybody joining us here, both in a room and also online through different kind of places all across the Europe. Hi, it's my very big pleasure to welcome all of you at the main stage event, which is the last event of our hackathon series as well here. So my name is Annette, and I'm going to be the head moderator of today's event here in Tallinn. So also very likely I'm going to be your very best friend here to the event. And our event is supported and organized by the European Commission, and of course with our wonderful partners such as Aalto University, Tallinn University, where we currently are based as well, then also Crafter, DigiEduHack, and also Carsa. So I really do hope that I pronounced these names correctly. And if I didn't, then very big apologizes on this. So this year, we're celebrating a remarkable milestone, which means that this is already the 5th edition of DigiEduHack event. And I have always said that the biggest and strongest impact on our future actually lays in education. So if I could bring it out, one of the ministries that always holds the strongest position of shaping our future is the Ministry of Education. And that's why I'm so excited that we have gathered all these people together here today with us, that we're going to discuss all technology is going to influence and impact how we are learning, we are teaching in different schools in different kind of levels. We have a lot of experts, and we are going to hear about, how the AI is shaping our future, and in general, the transformation in the technology sector itself as well. So we're going to have two different kind of panel discussions today. One of the ones that I'm going to be able to moderate, and then also the second one as well. Some of the also the videos from different hackathons and their kind of winners there. Then we are also going to have different kind of activities here, plus also one of the keynotes. So it's going to be a very, very fun day, I can promise to you. But like I said, the hackathon has been going on already for 10 days, and it's ended this Sunday. And for this, we also have a recap video, which I'm going to be able to introduce now as well. And after the recap video, we are going to have the opening remarks by you read this very lovely name over here. So Antonetta Angelova-Krasteva is going to also do the opening remarks. Really wishing you a very early event here, and I'm really hoping that we will get some very big inspiration here to really change how we, again, like I said before, how we teach and how we also learn. So like I said before, I hope you're going to enjoy the event, and you're going to be also able to join some of the discussions. We're going to be asking also questions from the audience also in our panel discussions, and then you can ask questions also from our panelists here today as well. So without further ado, I'm very happy to introduce now the first video over here, and then that will continue after with the opening remarks also. So enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. After the lovely introductory remarks by Annette, I'm very happy to join you at today's main stage event. I'm indeed delighted for having the opportunity to open it, because this is the 5th edition, as already announced, the 5th edition in 2024, and of the DigiEduHack, and I'm happy to see and celebrate with all of you, the DigiEduHack friends, this great initiative. I would like to warmly thank the University of Tallinn for hosting this event. We really appreciate your warm reception and your great hospitality. We could not think actually of any better place to celebrate the DigiEduHack than Estonia. As you know, Estonia is the heart of digitalization in Europe. As the Estonian Minister of Education and Research, Mrs. Kristina Kallas, said in the DigiEduHack opening event, DigiEduHack is more than a competition. It's about combining the power of creativity, collaboration, and technology. It is about turning your ideas into something tangible, something impactful in education. And these words perfectly capture the why behind the DigiEduHack by bringing together digital education enthusiasts from all over the world around commonly identified challenges. Actually, DigiEduHack places learners, educators, developers, and digital enthusiasts in the driver's seat of digital education. So by doing so, DigiEduHack contributes to the development of digital skills, which are so much needed to thrive in today's world. This is key when we think also of the policy context within which we operate. With the beginning of a new mandate of the European Commission, digital skills, but also powerful technologies such as artificial intelligence, will become even more prominent from a policy-making perspective. DigiEduHack is therefore an effective and strong instrument to turn policies into concrete reality on the ground. This will also contribute to the ongoing review process of the Digital Education Action Plan, which we kicked off in April and which will continue by the end of this year. So DigiEduHack has gone a long way. You've already heard it's the 5th edition. It seems just yesterday that we started this remarkable initiative, and here we are 5 years later. So it's heartwarming to see this wonderful initiative increasingly growing year after year in terms of importance, prominence, but also participation. It is also heartwarming to see the growing global community, which is united around the goal of building quality, innovative and impactful education. And I would like to highlight 3 particular features that make DigiEduHack so special. The first one is its richness and variety when it comes to the solutions that are proposed. The second one is the uniqueness of its global approach. And the third one is the contagious collaborative spirit. So this year, over 10 days, 52 local events took place in 27 countries across Europe and beyond. From Finland to Greece, from Peru to Romania, passing from Mexico to Finland, more than 1,200 digital education enthusiasts came together to co-shape the digital education and to see what it can look like in the future, how to develop further skills. This initiative has given the opportunity of all participants to go beyond developing their hacking skills, but also to boost their creativity, their team spirit, their cooperation, negotiation skills, and certainly to boost their desire to change the world for the better. This shows that innovation and creativity know no barriers. Quite the opposite. They thrive by bringing together different cultures, languages, and perspectives. And this is why DigiEduHack, despite the European origins, is proud to be a truly global initiative. And I'm so impressed by the variety and level of ambition of this year's challenges, 5 of which took place actually here in Estonia. For example, here, a Blue Escape hackathon made use of virtual escape room to solve the challenges faced by the Baltic Sea region in striking a balance between blue economy and environmental protection. Many of this year's hackathons focused on artificial intelligence. For example, in Moldova, the challenge, Imagine Future Learning Leveraging AI, welcomed AI-driven solutions to revolutionize personalized and adaptive learning. Another example of AI solution, AI for trainers. It comes from Italy. It invited participants to design a prototype of an AI-based trainer that transforms the way teachers actually create and manage their educational tasks. So I can give many more examples from this year's hackathon, but as you heard, there will be testimonials, and I would rather leave the opportunity to them to share more with you about their experience and the solutions proposed. This is, for me and for the European Commission, once again, the way to go when we talk about digital education of the future. And we are thinking that through the DigiEduHack and initiatives like that, we should be creating a forward-looking, groundbreaking, but also human-centered and value-based education. The technologies that we use and we will use in the future should amplify our potential as learners, educators, professionals in all sectors, rather than making us inactive. They should actually free up time and energy for creative tasks and meaningful interactions that can and should first and foremost be human. We should never forget that it's technology that serves us, not the other way around. And I truly believe that this year's solutions show wonderfully how this can be done. So congratulations to all of you for having joined this groundbreaking journey. My heartfelt thanks go to all participating hackers, but also to the organizers, teachers, mentors, judges, and all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this year's Hackathon Days another great success. A special thank you goes also to our DigiEduHack national ambassadors for raising awareness about this wonderful initiative in their countries, but also for coming up, in many cases, with their own events and solutions and organizing hackathons. And let me also thank the steering group who will be tasked to evaluate this year's solutions, leading to the identification of the 12 finalists who will be then publicly voted. While the awards are undoubtedly a very special and attractive feature of the DigiEduHack, I would like to recognize and acknowledge each and every one of you for your participation and for your efforts. For your solutions will be an inspiration of our future education policies and will show us the many possible ways that we can collaborate, that we can work together as educators, learners, policymakers, tech developers, and researchers. So with your engagement and creativity, you become the true shapers of the digital education of the future. Thank you very much. I wish you a great event. Thank you.
So a very big thank you also from my side to Antonetta. And like I told you before, I will be also asking questions from you, or not exactly me, but we have a platform that is asking a question from you. So the very first question that we would like to know is that where are you watching us from? And as I said, we have people joining us, I really do hope from every single European country, but we will get to the answers a bit later. So if you don't know how to use this Slido, there is some kind of also instructions as well for everybody. So you can scan the code and then you can easily also answer that question, and we will also show you the answers a bit later. Because right now I'm very, very delighted to ask here on the stage Kadri Maasik, who is going to talk about the Estonian digitalization journey and especially the impact on education. As it's very well known, Estonia is the most digitalized country in the world, having almost every single service functioning online. Then obviously also on the educational level, it's very, very important and has transformed a lot of things as well. So I'm very, very excited to ask Kadri on the stage and hear more about, again, digitalization journey in education. So enjoy.
Thank you, Annette. Dear participants of the 5th Digital Education Hackathon, dear organizers, representatives of the Commission, policymakers, academia, and other supporters. Obviously, firstly, I would like to congratulate you all on the successful series of events all over Europe and beyond during the past 2 weeks. Personally, it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here and also to see the main stage event this year being held in Estonia and in the premises of Tallinn University, which I must say is a great friend of Estonian edX and also edX in other countries, as are the other universities in Estonia. About the digitalization journey and education. On 14th of February 1995, there was an article published in an Estonian newspaper called Rahva Hääl, which wrote about the proposal of Toomas Hendrik Ilves, who at the time was the Estonian ambassador to the United States and the later president of Estonia. In the article, he suggested that in Estonian secondary schools, we have 17,000 students, and the same number, 17,000, should be the number of computers in Estonian schools, which would be enough to ensure that students have access to a computer for a quarter of a day, which would create a whole new quality in secondary education. And this would mean that not only would the most educated layer of the society acquire basic computer skills, but the whole of Estonia would jump with 2 feet into the 21st century. And Estonia would become a totally different country. The proposal was initially called as the Lynx Leap or Tiger Leap, the Tiger Leap being more popular, and the project was announced in '96 and first time financed from the state budget in '97. And this is how the journey of Estonian digital education, we can say, began. The efforts to leverage technology from teaching and learning started in the 90s with an ambitious Tiger Leap program to build up schools' technology infrastructure and include internet access to all schools, which happened by 2001. Today, as we are approaching the 30th anniversary of Tiger Leap, we can say that for quite a while now, it takes 15 minutes to establish a company in Estonia. You need 3 minutes to clear your taxes. You can vote online, to name a few. 99% of all governmental services are online. You can see the roadmap in a nutshell in the picture. It has been estimated that Estonian digital services save around 1,407 years of working time annually. And a couple of years ago, the saves to the government from digitalization were compared to our defense budget. We rank high on visa scores, as well as the number of unicorns per capita. And some also say that the success of e-government began in education with the Tiger Leap program. And obviously, there is a strong link between the two. The expansion of e-government has also raised expectations towards digital skills, but also the use of technology in teaching. If we zoom to the beginning of this century, we see that the first school management systems were taken into use at the same time as digital identity and ID card, just after Estonian schools were connected to the internet. Through these e-schools, we as parents can know what are the grades, has our kids missed the classes, and initially it was, I think, even said that these management systems reduced skipping of classes by 30%. In 2004, the Estonian Education Information Management System was established, which is a strong tool for the Ministry for Policy Creation. It holds personalized data about each and every player in the education system. And I think many of the policymakers in the Ministry of Education today would say that life without this system and this data is something you cannot really imagine. It's pretty difficult to propose measures to fix something if you do not know what the problem is. And through X-Road, I believe some 30 services today, maybe even more, run from using the data from this program. I think we have public data available about education for about 10 years, which has been also means to create policy for the ministry, but also has been established to help citizens make informed choices in education. While the strategy for 2020 for lifelong learning was established, there was a separate program for digital matters as well, as which set the goal that by 2020 it would be possible to learn the entire primary school curricula using only digital tools. The number of edtechs over the past 5 years have risen sharply. As in the beginning, most of them were focusing on management. Today, it's much more about the learning content as well as different support services in education. And like in many other countries, the education strategies seek for a more personalized learning pathways, which also has a strong link and expectation towards technology and the use of it. But what have we learned from this that is also relevant today if we think about new possible enterprises being established in the field of education? Firstly, digitalization is rarely about technology. The technology exists today, right now. Estonian digitalization journey was not about technological advantage. It was about digital leadership, change management. Having a good product is often not enough. There is a legal requirements, for example. It took 5 years to change legislation to offering a very first online service in Estonia. But let's talk about regulation after a minute. Also, one must take into account that acceptance takes time, also very relevant in education. And probably also one of the main challenges for edtech enterprises, which always have less time than the government needs to maybe build a strategy or change or amend the regulation. One of the takeaways from Estonian digitalization journey has been also the value in public and private partnership, building trusts. Estonian digital state is built on partnership and trust between the state, public sector, academia, and the society. Building trust between the public and private is obviously also very much needed and relevant in education, and it's a two-way effort. For an edtech the paying customer quite often is the government or the local government. Therefore, it's difficult to live without a good cooperation, and credibility for a company is certainly an asset. I do believe that after these 2 weeks, quite some of the teams will continue to develop the business models further and actually start a new business. And if not with the idea hacked during these days, then maybe with something else. Knowing the regulation in any area is of high value and also in education. I think it's fair to say that education policies do not tend to change quickly, as also the impact of different policy choices can be measured sometimes 20, 30 years later, when the students that enter schools today go and join the labor force. I think it is also today when the expectations towards how our data in education is managed and protected is rising. If you look at the edtech sector, there are many companies that are not large in scale, but providing a very valuable product and contributing to the education quality highly. But investment into data security is sometimes quite high. And there is certainly a place here where the additional investments into data management, data security, and also connectivity between different systems can be a challenge. And finally, in a small country like Estonia, but also not only here, in small market like this, the eyes must be beyond borders. And in that sense, I think it's extremely valuable that we have events like this, organized and also supported by the Commission, that bring together different enterprises, players all over Europe to boost and contribute to the cooperation that is so much needed. So thanks a lot, and wish all the best for everyone taking part of this event. Thank you.
So also massive thank you, Kadri, to you from my side here. As I promised you before, we will also show the answers that our participants, both here in person and also online, were answering. And I was doing a bit of a sneak peek already, seeing which countries people are watching us. And as you can see, can we get it back for a second? We already have the next question over here. But what I saw there, there are some technical challenges here. Okay, there we go. I think the like the farthest place that we actually could see here was the Philippines that I saw. So hello to Philippines, whoever is watching us from there. Then also we have people from Spain, from Cyprus, from Brussels, from Netherlands, also from Egypt, from Mexico. We'll actually also receive a video from Mexico quite soon as well, one of the testimonials as well regarding the hackathon, and then even India that I can see there. So that's wonderful. But of course, we have a lot of people here in the Tallinn University. So great to have all of you here. But we will now continue with the panel discussion, which I will be happy to moderate. We will be talking about building blocks of innovation digital education system. And I'm going to read now all of our panelists as well. So I'm happy to ask to join me here on the stage, Georgi Dmitriev, who is the head of digital education unit at the European Commission, Karol Markiewicz, who is the chief specialist on digitalization in the Ministry of Education all the way from Poland. Then a local guy, Märt Taro, who is the co-founder of Dream Apply. And then from Latvia, if I'm correct, Angela Jafarova, who is the co-founder of Datorium and DigiEduHack National also ambassador. And last but not least, also Alteo Valtanini, who is the chair of a board at All Digital and member of the DigiEduHack steering group as well. So I feel like it is like a TV show that I'm hosting. We all have enough space here, and like a morning show, so I feel like just the coffee is missing all the way here. But lovely to have all of you here in my talking show. We had a pre-call also before, and we were discussing about like different kind of challenges in the sector and in the field of education, and also a lot of kind of trends that have pushed both the countries, the universities, on either on a national level or even the companies to establish some kind of new solutions as well. So maybe I will go first here. I'll tell here on my right hand, and let's start a bit more negative. So let's talk about the challenges, and I don't like the word problems in a way, but more about the challenges that we're currently facing. So if you could just bring it out, a couple of biggest challenges that you're currently seeing, especially when we talk about using technology in this sector, in the educational field, and what is the most emerging or screaming challenge that we're currently facing, if you can bring it out, a couple of them.
Sure. Well, actually, it's not brand new, but it's still very, very relevant. Divide. Mm-hmm. So digital divide. We were working a lot during the past years to try identify innovative ways to cope with it. But I think that still on both sides, both on the infrastructure and the level of digital skills, we should work better and do more. I like to, when I speak about challenges, I always like to bring kind of solutions, or at least proposals.
We're going to get there.
Okay, then this is from my side.
All right. Let's continue on that side as well. The biggest challenges, as I said, it's going to be a negative round here, you know, all these big things that are happening in the field. But I promise that we will get to the also the solution side. But let's just focus a bit more what is really screaming on all sides. Divided parts of Europe and everything, and not just, again, I think comparable like the countryside, but we see also, you know, either if it's a bigger city or the smaller town, that's a clear problem that we're facing. But anything else that you would like to add from your side?
Well, good afternoon, first of all, and hello to all the hackers here in the house and online. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you to the University of Tallinn for hosting us. I will perhaps elaborate a little bit on what actually you have said, and since you gave me the opportunity to be a little bit negative, I would go a little bit deeper into that, because I think, as Kadri said, if you don't know what you're talking about, it's unlikely you will solve the problem. It's a form of the divide that you spoke of that I want to highlight here. And it is linked to the levels of digital literacy skills for young people, which I want to highlight as a very big problem. What do I mean by that? 2 weeks ago, many of you might know, there is a quite important international study taking place in 35 countries, out of which 22 in the European Union. which is called Information Computer Literacy, so ICUs. You can Google that. And what that study showed us, which measures the levels of such literacy among 15-year-olds, so I hope that there are some 15-year-olds who are also hacking, is that almost 43% of those 15-year-olds do not have even basic levels of digital skills. So I repeat that just because I think it's quite shocking in itself, 43%. Now, if you are like me, you would have believed that the youth and the 15-year-olds in particular are swimming in digital skills, and they are natives, some call them, but none of this is really the case. In fact, this is a mythology that young people are digitally skilled, and that in itself is probably not such a big news, but if you are surrounded by things like disinformation or addictive online content, then it becomes a very real trouble. And I want to kind of turn this a little bit and say there are maybe 3 important things about this outcome of very low digital skills for youth. First is that those countries which invest in digitalization, such as Estonia, but there are others as well in the European Union, show much higher levels of digital skills for youth. So the first thing is that it is very important to continue to invest in a very meaningful manner. And this is a very big need for a number of European countries as well. Probably not so much for our host today, but for some others, it's a very, very big need. The second is that, and this is the necessity that I think we spoke about, unless we do that with the AI revolution, we are going to see a much bigger inequality, including between the youth. So we are going to see a much further divergence between those who are able to capitalize and exploit and those who are left behind, those 43%, and maybe they might get more. And this is very worrying from a social and equality point of view. And the last point is that, of course, if we want a competitive Europe, if we want innovative Europe, and this is, I think, what we want at the European level, we need also to invest in this type of skills which are important to give us the type of jobs that we want. So, in a way, I started with a negative side, but, you know, there are some things that we can do about it.
Well, that was exactly what I was asking for, and I fully agree, and especially for the mis and disinformation. Like, we think that our kids are born, you know, using all the online products and you know, different kind of technology, and sometimes even better than we are. But I think also in terms of like teaching them the skills to handle these challenges that are coming from these digital products is a big issue. But we will talk about this a bit more, and also what kind of role the teachers are playing there, and how we can prepare the teachers to even, like, you know, help the students to have the skills if sometimes they are even better in these terms as well. But let's continue that side as well. Anything, because I think by the end of the round here we'll be running out of the problems and the challenges, but hopefully there is still something that you would like to bring it out from your end as well.
Thank you. I will be very briefly speech. Karol Markiewicz from Poland. Let me present you a small experiment. I hope that it will going work. Okay, this is all I know is here. So
All works.
Kõigile, minu nimi on Karol Markiewicz ja tänan teid, et kutsusite mind. Mul on suur rõõm olla täna teiega koos.
I don't know what I...
Kõigile, minu nimi on Karol Markiewicz ja tänan teid, et kutsusite mind. Mul on suur rõõm olla täna teiega koos.
Okay, so I don't know what I said.
Do you want translation?
Yeah. But I just to show you that using smartphone and various AI existing already, I can use it in daily life. I don't know Estonian language. I can use it. And there's a lot of risk at the same time. I could be hacked. I can be this formula, this speech could be moderate, change, without my consent, knowledge. But it's useful. It's very effective. It's already exists and is used everywhere. So this is the example of how students and young people can reach the NI from the smartphone. And I think that the main goal is to prepare young generation to the modern society. It's not the issue of NI, of new tech, how to exist in modern society surrounding e-services. And this is the key challenge for education system. How to prepare in effective way, not spending a large amount of money, in a clever, intelligent way to prepare young people to use new technologies, to use NI in safe, clever, intelligent way using the internet resources. So the first thing is to create a digital environment in school and to find three answers: how, in what, and who. And then I can elaborate in the later on. And this is the answer you can find with our strategic policy for digital transformation in Poland. And I hope that later on we could discuss on how, what, in what, and who should conduct, prepare, and do the digitalization of education system in every country. Thank you.
Yeah, we will have that time. Angela, from your side, anything that you would like to add on this list that we already have a list of very challenging things facing us, but anything from your end?
I think the biggest challenge every stakeholder is facing now is the crazy speed of technology, digital technology is developing now. We just heard Katri saying that acceptance takes time, but actually we don't have the time because at the point where we accept it, it has been already changed and developed further. So now, if we want, as Georgi said, young people to be skilled in the use of this technology, we need to change the mindset and start approaching technology in a different way. And here we come naturally to the problem of the digital skills of teachers, because we would expect that the teachers would be the ones teaching young people in the classrooms. But actually, teachers are facing problems with getting to know technologies and use them in the classroom. So I think it doesn't matter if it's a ministry, university, or a company trying to keep up with the crazy speed at which the technologies are developing now. Every time I read an article about the next ChatGPT version coming, it's already generating images, videos, texts, whatever you can imagine, and they say it's going to be 100 times faster, 100 times better. You can't even think what it could be.
And Matt, now from your side as well, like we came from Latvia to Estonia. It was discussed a lot of times here that Estonia has been again one of the forerunners in terms of like digital education and everything. I mean, since I remember myself already going to the high school, which wasn't that long time ago, I already also had a lot of online platforms that we were using, but times were very different compared to today, where we're using and kids are using ChatGPT. There is, different AI technology solutions and things are really have moved to online channels as well. What kind of challenges are we facing in Estonia at the moment? Is there anything particular that you're seeing here in the market?
Absolutely, it's really a pleasure to be here with you. Honor. I would ask a question. Are we doing our best in empowering people that have ideas of improving education? And if we would take this angle, then we can find quite a few bottlenecks, not only in Estonia, but pretty much everywhere in the world. And I wrote down a bunch of them as well to give examples. So, for example, we can definitely improve the dialogue between the decision makers and innovators in education. This is still a challenge, although in Estonia we've been working on this since 2018 very actively. And one of the downsides, if we don't have this problem solved, is that there's inevitably competition between the state and the innovators. The joke that I like to make is that if we build a new school and we need to have tables in our school, then nobody gets the idea that, hey, but let's start our own furniture factory. So we would be able to build tables for our schools. No government official has ever said anything like that. But if we talk about things that are like n times x more complex, like establishing a new methodology for learning or teaching, or establishing a new learning platform, then for some reason we are all the time getting the idea that, hey, we should do it ourselves. I don't know why this happens. Maybe somebody can help me. Another challenge that we have is directly binding into the question of are we doing our best? And it is that we need to improve the education innovation ecosystem in Europe in a systematic way. And this comes, there's so many different points of views there that we can look at, starting from, for example, do we have the right access to funding? Are the funding instruments in place that are necessary at various stages of development of new innovations? Is the collaboration between academia and innovators empowered in a reasonable way? Then what is the cost of engagement? For example, if a teacher finds a solution that they like, are they able to actually even work with this solution? So there's all sorts of very small but very strange problems or challenges, like, for example, you would want to use a credit card to purchase a solution for €5, but for example, in our schools, teachers don't have credit cards. So very basic, but very real problem. Then another challenge that I would bring out is we clearly have challenge with the status quo. So we have been used to do things in a certain way. I mean, historically, it wasn't even necessary to have that much innovation. But if we democratize innovation in education, I'm sure that we could do so much more than we are doing at the moment. And another big challenge, especially important for smaller countries, but I think all European countries in this sense are a bit small. If we want to have really high-quality learning opportunities and learning methodologies for children with special needs, it's very difficult to develop this and explain the costs. It doesn't matter if it's privately developed or publicly developed. Like, for example, if we would want to develop a new methodology for teaching multiplication table to hyperactive children, we have 400 per year of this kind of kids in Estonia. You cannot explain the cost to any audience if you would want to spend a few million in developing this solution. But if you zoom out on the global level, or even at the European level, we can agree that, hey, there is a viability in developing this kind of service, and the kids would be so, I mean, I've been working with kids with special needs. I know how big impact it will have on their life quality if they will have tools that are designed for them, and how big quality of improvement of life to the teachers will there be if the teachers get the right tools to do their work. But I will stop here. I think we've covered a lot of challenges already. Thanks.
We got a lot of challenges here, yes, but also a lot of solutions, I can tell. So I would, I have the head mic, so it should be fine. But I would actually, I wrote it down to myself as well, that if we could divide this discussion in terms of like the case studies and success stories and solutions into three kind of different kind of parts or fields. One that is supporting teachers in terms of digital education and how we can make sure that they are ready to help the kids. Secondly, integration of emerging technologies, like we talked about the AI, which is also, you know, a very huge thing today and on the table of both the teachers and also the students. And then as a third thing is fostering collaboration across the member states, because it was mentioned here a lot of times, if we compare, for example, like these 27 countries in the European Union, how also different the levels are and the readiness to apply like new technologies. So as kind of the last part of our discussion, I would like to get some of the recommendations from your side as well. How do we help the ones that are left behind and learning from the ones that are actually running that change? But let's start with the teacher's perspective here. Anybody from here that would like to bring it out, some of the case studies, some of the projects that your country, your company is currently focusing with, like really supporting the teachers to be ready to help our kids and take it over also the different kind of technologies that are both helping them and supporting the process of teaching. And maybe Angela, as you raised your hand, so I would give the floor to you.
Thank you. Yes, I will be happy to share. As we just discussed, there are different challenges into setting up this ecosystem. And there is infrastructure, there are curriculum changes, there is adoption of study programs. And what, in terms of experience of Latvia, I can say that we have done our homework very well. In every city, we have classrooms equipped with stable internet connection, with computer, access to computer to every student. But what happened, Latvia faced a lack of teachers, as many other countries, that in order to implement these new programs, we didn't have the teachers ready to switch to the new program. And here comes our example. If I can have my slide, please, on the screen. It's already 5th year. We are running public-private partnership project in which we, as a private EdTech company, are outsourcing the full study year content for digital skills and coding, and starting from this year as well, physics and chemistry, because that's also a lack of teachers. And we are doing it on a large scale. By large scale, I mean 5,000 students every year from September till May. And by doing so, we have, again, I want to go back to Georgi, to the study you have mentioned, which was published last year, that Latvia participated for the first time in this study and took a very pleasant 7th place in it. And I have been able to get in touch with Professor Jeske, who from University of Latvia Educational Institute, who gave me a very fast feedback, and we analyzed the schools who are working with us in this hybrid mode and those working in traditional way. And those students, I don't know if you see our slide and not, maybe it's possible still to have it. Those students working with us showed better results in this study, which means that this hybrid method, and let me give you a short 20-second pitch what it is. So basically, in every city of Latvia, there are students at the same time sitting in the computer lab in front of the computer, working online with our team and doing the lesson. Several hundred students simultaneously, live lesson. And we have come up with this solution. This is an innovative solution. None of the Europe countries have done it yet. And I'm really happy for the results we are now seeing in this international study. So it not only works as good as the traditional way, it actually innovates and brings and boosts the skills of young people. So we are happy to show. And here comes, if we speak in terms of the ecosystem, here comes the need and necessity for the edtechs, for the innovators to step in and bring the best, the brightest, the newest solutions to the schools, to contribute to the skills of young people.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? I saw a hand up as well here. Any examples from your point of view? How can we help the teachers? And do you have any good case studies that you can share with us that really has worked, or something that is currently in the pipeline?
Yes, it's a great question, and allows us to be a little bit more concrete. If you give me the opportunity, I would just react a little bit to some of the points raised by Mart, because it's a natural transition to the example I'm going to give. One point which I really want to take with me from what you've mentioned there, Mart, is that no European country is big enough, or actually you said that most of them are small in a certain way. And if you take the example of artificial intelligence, that's right there. This is where you see that no European country on its own can compete at the global scale. So I think this is a very important thing to internalize, and it has something to do with the mindset of the traditional thinking, of course, of we have also very young hackers here. So, the other thing that I want to say is that after acknowledging that maybe no one can do it on their own, the other important thing to understand when we talk about this new age, if you like, of the education, is that there is something like the not invented here syndrome, which definitely is very powerful and strong in terms of tradition of not only education, but any, I would say, sector, where people tend to just do their own thing. Now, why I'm saying this, when you ask me about the solution, is because we have published 2 years and 2 months ago, or was it 2 years and 1 month ago, guidelines for teachers on the use of artificial intelligence and data. And I'm mentioning this here because, first of all, we missed the timing of ChatGPT by a couple of days. So we really published it a few days earlier. We would have been much more popular, would have been publishing this like 2 days later. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because the guidelines for teachers and educators in this field of AI and data is a practical toolkit for those who would like to deal with AI and data in the school, in the classroom. It is composed of very practical advice around what is tutor-based learning, how you deal with this type of systems, debunking a little bit some of the myths around AI, that it's here to replace teachers. So there is a lot of practical advice and very specific examples. It's published in all European languages. And I want to say why it is also useful, not only because around 30,000 have downloaded it, and I assume nobody does it for fun, but they use it. I also want to say that such a document would hardly be possible to emerge in a single country at such an early stage of development. Why? Because nobody has 30 experts on education and training ready to go. And this is what the European Union does have, because we had this group of people coming from all the European countries, and we have asked them to help us to support this type of guidelines. And this is where the European Union contributes to addressing the discussions in questions which are bigger than every one of us, and which are so important, and where we need really the scale of the entire European Union. So this is also, of course, I am now promoting the European Union. You wouldn't be surprised by this, but I think this is also where the European Union can provide a lot of value in education. As you know, most of you would know that the roles of the European Union are more limited when it comes to education. This is strictly the member states' task, and it's good so. But there are certain areas which are big enough and important enough, and which would require cooperation at the European level.
And acting together. And anybody else? Anything from Poland? How do you prepare the teachers? I know that also Marit already wants to talk. We're doing a lot of work here also to really help the teachers to be ready for the change in the field of technology. So he definitely also has some examples, but let's continue on the Polish examples as well.
So thank you for this question. This is the question who. I mentioned 3 questions: who, in what, and how. And who, so I mean this should be created environment, digital environment, and with players like teachers, students, supported by the government, science, business, so all together. In terms of teachers, I think that what we've done, for instance, integrated platform in Poland, so we have easy way, find the e-materials, some scenarios of lessons, and even organize the remote learning. So this is the free and accessible for everyone. We try to deliver the IT equipment of like laptop vouchers. Thank you for you and Commission. Within the framework of resilience recovery plan, we deliver the equipment to schools. So the equipment, platform, and applications. And recently I can say some few words about the project implemented recently in Poland with Polytechnic from Warsaw. This is the Zeszyt Online, so notebook online. This is a platform created by Polytechnic to help students, teachers to learn maths. So this is the why AI? If I may mention NI, it's not the stereotype NI. This is just the application with NI is more suitable, more advanced, and if you taste it, you don't want analog on standard one. So this is this new standard. Everywhere you can find almost NI. So you have to use NI as a new application form. That's it. And why? Because it allows you to personalize teaching. So this application help student to find solution on his own, not to find exact answer, but the application suggests the different exercise, help to how to find appropriate answer on your own, not just as given at once. Mm-hmm. So this is and this is covered by 50,000 students from around Poland. After then, we have some report evaluation, and we think over how to use it in the future. It's not. We have to prepare some funding because it's. We have around 30,000 schools, a couple of million of students, over 700,000 of teachers. So if you want to buy laptops every 5 years, because it's process ongoing, so we have to be ready to prepare some budget, or find some solution, tricky one, that to find maybe some terminals, maybe Chromebook, maybe another way, maybe smartphone. We could discuss later on. I'll show you the smartphone, because smartphone is private. Every student got a smartphone. It can be used. And this platform, for instance, this Zeszyt online, allows students at home to use this exercise using his smartphone. It's very cheap, easy way to organize, and I think this is a good example how to use NI in teaching. And this application also helps teacher to find talent and find students who got problems with maths. And then statistically analyze at the end, you can get knowledge, what is the population, how, as you know, it's normal, natural population, that there's a part of students with talented and part of students with problems. And this application could help to let's say, manage how to help to get through maths, and it is linked also to the computational thinking. So the change of curriculum, it should be interdisciplinary. So this is the question. This is the question how, and we are changing our curricula. We are trying to implement AI applications and deliver the equipment and so on and so on and so on. And connection, internet, so all environment is necessary, but without application, an AI clever one who allows you to personalize teaching, it will be waste of time.
It's a lot of preparations to do, but I will later on also come back in terms of like the cell phones or our smartphones itself as well, because we are seeing a lot of trends that some of the schools and some of the more advanced schools, that they're already saying that maybe we should restrict the phones because they're also kind of disturbing the kids to focus on studies and everything. But we'll come back on that topic as well. We'll jump to here to Estonian examples, and then Teo, I promised that I will also give the word to you regarding the teachers as well. So a few words from your side, Mert.
So in addition to quite a few other hats that I'm wearing, I have the honor to be also a member of board of an organization called EdTech Estonia, which is an association to bring together the education innovation companies here in Estonia. And today we have more than 80 teams that are working on very different services and products that create value in supporting teachers, starting from solutions that help with, let's say, linguistic problems or challenges of children, to the level of, creating math assignments and collecting learning analytics. And what I'm very proud about in this context actually is that I see a very developed cross-sectoral and cross-governmental cooperation in developing this. So it's not only the challenge for the Ministry of Education to solve these challenges in the ecosystem. We have a memorandum of understanding together with the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Ministry of Social Affairs is joining as well. And also we have really close cooperation with universities. So at the moment we are sitting in probably one of the leading universities when it comes to ecosystem development in Estonia. For example, we have tight cooperation also in European Commission funding projects like EdTech Talents to bring EdTech and academia together and develop this kind of like true private-public partnership in innovating education. And it works. So it provides really, really tangible results to the teachers. So yeah, maybe just a few examples. So automatic creation of assignments to support the teachers with, learning analytics to see the students' progress. So you don't have to all the time create, I don't know, new tasks from the teacher side to evaluate the progress of the students, but it can be done automatically, which of course lifts a lot of work hours from the teachers' work. We also see some adaptive learning materials to meet the students' level. And in the end, the goal is, of course, to achieve personalized learning. So children with different requirements and needs and levels would have a better support system.
Great. Theo, I'm so sorry for keeping you silent here for such a long time, but now I will give the floor to you. How do we help the teachers? Is there anything else regarding solutions that you would like to add from your point of view?
Yeah, I will actually bring the point of view of All Digital, which is the organization that I represent, which is there in Brussels for sure with the first aim to represent our members, which are digital competence centers, but at the same time, we always try to bring what Georgi was mentioning and all the other support resources that are produced by the Commission to our members. So giving concrete examples of what we are doing supporting teachers, and let me also please highlight the importance of widening the scope of education to also adult education, not just school, which is a key for us. At the moment, we are hosting 2 community of practices, trying to share and knowledge and best examples on the use of 2 main resources of the Commission. One is DigComp, the European Framework for Digital Competencies. What we are trying to do here is not just to bring people together, but also to mentor them with the DigComp Hub. So we offer a program of 2 days self-paced learning that is followed by individual mentorship in order to support the design and the piloting of learning initiatives, learning actions using DigComp, so the main framework of the Commission. And the second one, which is definitely very important if we want to achieve the common European education area, is the community of practice on certification. So at All Digital, we advocate for a common European digital skill certificate that will allow, let's say, to start designing education from a common European framework in order to assess, validate, and recognize learning outcomes in all education settings, formal, non-formal, and informal. And maybe the last initiative that we are developing at the moment is using AI exactly to support validation and recognition. So together with the European Association for Adult Education in Europe, EAEA, we have developed a matching tool that connects deficits in digital skills mapped to ESCO and DigComp, so to recognize framework, together with possible learning pathways. So the adult educator in the classroom can use, together with the learners, this matching tool to provide career guidance and educational opportunities to the learners.
So we already discussed a bit about the AI, and also we have one of the other panel discussion today about the use of AI in educational fields, so I'm not going to focus too much on this topic here, as we have around 20 minutes to go. I would like to focus especially again about fostering collaboration across different kind of member states. Myself, I've studied in, I think, 3 different countries, and it has always been very, very interesting to compare different educational systems and, you know, the solutions that are being used. So I do know also a big difference between, I'm not going to mention these states here, but very big differences between different kind of member states as well. Any kind of good case studies in the last 20 minutes now that we have left, and we're taking also a couple of questions from the audience, that really you have seen? There was one already, the case study as well here, that has kind of put Europe a bit more closer together and really supporting methods. Are there any very good initiative by the European Commission or any other organization that really is working well? Anybody has some of the examples here that you would like to bring it up from your side? I see the smiles and the mic is here, so just, you know.
I already mentioned this national plan from resilience recovery. It is an effective way of cooperation. It's post-pandemic, let's say, era. But in different ways, we got the support in terms of modernization of internal network at school. We got support to deliver laptops for teachers, students. And also a very interesting project in terms of creating AI labs in 60,000 school, or 60,000 labs, let's say, a kit for remote learning also. So because we implement the national network for schools, we have to upgrade them in terms of it should be more fast connection. So thanks to the Commission, we can to create this environment, what I mentioned. Without environment, it's not, but environment, I mean also the cooperation between government, Commission, science and business, because we have to create this environment. You need more many elements, yeah, to be applied, including AI, which is also expensive tool. Maybe Commission could do something in terms of, because you have to create something and then you have to maintain and develop. And only big international companies working mainly for such an event. We hope that this case with Polytechnic could be effective, and we shall see what will be in the future. But Commission could support not only for just stable financing, let's say, but also maybe some tool disponible for every member in terms of platform, so e-materials, resources, in terms of AI support for teacher also, because also teachers should be supported from this bureaucratic work job, sorry, and plus to monitor the results of teaching learning, yeah, at school. It could be used and to find talent and to find problems in the class phase.
Matt, you wanted to add something as well. You're traveling so much, so maybe you also have a lot of also good examples that you have seen in some of the other countries that, you know, lessons that could be learned and kind of, you know, the same solutions being used in all the kind of different member states. Any good case studies from your end?
Absolutely. I brought some challenges in the beginning, and I'm happy to bring some solutions to these challenges as well. But maybe to bring out from the European level first, I've been really happy to see the development of the digital education departments in the European Commission. Before that, it was a little bit difficult to have a dialogue on the European Commission level from grassroots level innovators' perspective. But this is critical for establishing like a better policy. If you don't know what's happening on the ground, it's very difficult to develop policies that actually make a difference in our region of the world. And to couple this, we've been working, and I'm honored to be a co-founder of the European EdTech Alliance, which main aim from my perspective to establish this organization was to make a sparring partner for the European Commission to be able to have good dialogue with grassroots level innovation in Europe. And today, this brings together national organizations from, I believe, around 25 countries across Europe, and represents more than 2,500 education technology companies from Europe. So we are seeing quite interesting developments in the European level. And of course, when we talk concretely, what I'd like to praise the European Commission for, it's the Digital Education Action Plan. I think this is a very good basis for bringing people together across the whole union. And if policymakers in our member states haven't seen this document, I very much recommend to have a look at it. I believe it's a very well established document. But when we come down to governmental level or national level, I would really like to compliment our own Ministry of Education here in Estonia. I'm not sad at all to bring out what kind of wonderful collaboration we have had over the years. I've been myself on this train since 2018, and maybe the most interesting idea to copy for other countries is how to establish a dialogue and build trust that was mentioned here already before several times. Because if we bring together so vastly different people, so people that are dreamers and have ideas of how to make something better in education, and then we bring policymakers behind the same table, so they're coming from so vastly different worlds very often that it's very difficult to have a good and friendly dialogue. So it takes a little bit of practice, but it's worth it. And what we've done in Estonia is, for example, a minister-led kind of roundtable every year. And the primary goal there is to invite the innovators community to bring examples or challenges that they see that are more systemic in front of the Minister of Education, with the goal of working together with the government to solve these challenges. And quite a few of these challenges have been solved thanks to this. For example, we have established Education Innovation Hackathons 2018 as well, with the purpose of enabling and empowering people that have ideas of how to make something better in education, so they could come together under one roof and try to solve some real challenges in education. And every year we've done it internationally. And always very good new solutions are coming out. Quite a few of the people that have been participating in the hackathons and developing really amazing new solutions are actually sitting here, including one with an assistant of 4 months old. So, so I'm really happy to see this. Okay, I'll hand over the mic again. Otherwise, you can see let's too many examples here.
Yeah, let's try to keep that very short because we have already 2 very good questions from our audience as well, so we would have enough time.
I would like to praise the Digital Education Hub as one of the initiatives of European Commission, in which I think cross-border cooperation is fostered very well, and that's one of the few reasons I still keep Microsoft Teams on my computer. Sorry for that remark. But if we speak in terms of ecosystem, I think what we see on the Estonian example, that there is a possibility to bring to one table all the stakeholders. And what we need, if we look at the nature, we see that efficient ecosystems, natural ecosystems, there is communication between trees, between mushrooms, insects, even the planet itself. And what we are lacking in our country is that there is no place to come together at one table, policymakers, universities, teachers, students, parents, if they can't communicate the needs to each other. If the information is circling around, at some point somebody will hear your need and try to think about a solution. And in this case, it really in Latvia we have white and black envy. We call it admiration is called white envy. In this case, we really admire EdTech Estonia activities, being so active and being able to bring at one table. I know it wasn't easy, and so I think we should. Yes, please. I think what we need to think is how to foster this communication among the stakeholders, because we all have the same need, the same goal. We want to boost and to boost the competitiveness of our young people in the universities, in the schools. And we all work toward the same goal. We just need to have an efficient way to communicate to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I will give you 1 minute.
Will be very, very quick. Just would like to launch a proposal to the community of DigiEduHack, but actually to the wider community of the Digital Education Hub. Have been in the past with the Erasmus Plus program, there was this initiative of digital traineeship that worked very well for higher education students. I don't know how, I don't know when, but it would be great to somehow promote digital education trips for schools, for other sectors, because this is establishing trust is definitely the key, and you do this by connecting people from all over Europe. Doing this in the digital sector would be fantastic.
Yeah, and again, as a student that has studied abroad as well, like when you go somewhere else and you see how things are, you're becoming very, very demanding to your own systems as well when you return back home, and you are actually suggesting also some of the changes. So I think it's very, very important if you see that the grass is greener, and then you would like to bring that greener grass also back home, if I could say that. But okay, as promised, I will take also 2 of the questions from the audience side. So there is somebody called Mia who has asked a question. How can young people and their educators identify which tools are safe, reliable, and effective to use? If I may add a bit also to this question here, do we educate, again, the teachers and the students enough that they would understand about the safety of the tools that they're using? It can be yes and no, but please do add something also there.
Well, I think you overestimate me. I cannot answer yes, no to that question of Mia, which is a great question, by the way, because it drives home really the point about quality of digital in education, which is a huge question, in fact. What I want to say, and actually I want to use what you raised about the AI follow-up, is there is nothing like a black and white answer for what can be used or what cannot be used, at least not at the European level. Some member states do have, very limited number of member states have some attempts to address this question, but it's a very big and very composite, very complex question. What can be done is to help, on the one side, the teachers to identify what is perhaps a useful, a meaningful, a pedagogically sound use of technology. So in a way, constructively help them to take that decision, empowering the teacher rather than giving them the list and say, this is what you can and this is what you cannot use. In some limited occasions, you may have to also go to that radical solution, but I think this has to be based on a very sound assessment, because there is competition in the market that you cannot just dismiss. However, what I wanted to link this to is your suggestion to follow up with something on AI. Now, as I mentioned, this is a technology which is just hitting kind of the education sector, as well as many other sectors of society, and its impact will unfold over the next number of years, maybe even longer. What is very important is to understand here what are also the legal obligations, and for this the Commission has recently brought out legislation. There is a regulation in this field to help secure and safe use of AI across society. But this legislation will have also some follow-up on the education sector, and we are currently in the process of assessing what such use of AI technologies, AI tools, means for education and training, and next year we're going to present some of these results. I'm mentioning this because I think this is the type of guidance that we would put forward to the teachers, to the systems, to decide what is actually a meaningful and a good use. So the bottom line is that we would rather have to empower the educators and the teachers. In some limited cases, there may be the need to be very black and white, but this is when really we talk about strictly safety questions, security, cybersecurity, and the like.
So you want to add? Yeah.
Very briefly, this is an interesting question, but you can see that we partially could control the situation on EU and national level. If you student this Mia that proposed question, if you are at school in Poland, for instance, and you use the internet, national internet, this is secured. So cyber security is very important in this. If you use your smartphone, now this is a problem because we cannot finance every student's private smartphone antivirus program. And this is a private decision. This is the problem. We can secure the central platform. I think that this is a good idea to centralize resources, to protect the internet in school, and to, on this platform, all material are validated. In internet, you can find everything. And this is the responsibility also of end user. If you have used your smartphone, the risk is on your side, in fact. If you use the resources outside the national resources, if you use the connection outside the private connection. So this is also, to some extent, the government, the commission could help and protect some area, but only partially. Only if you use the tools delivered by school or by government or by commission. That's why I think that the centralized platform resources is very important because this is validated from the merit point of view, and this is secure, yeah? To some extent, obviously.
But there's definitely a lot of work to do, even not just the tools that you're using for like learning, but in terms of having the understanding, even applications that most of the students have on their phone, like TikTok. So what that actually can do with your information and all the security matters there. I think this is something that we would need another panel discussion to actually cover, because it's just very sad to see statistics, especially in Europe, like how much applications like TikTok is being used by students, and what's the actual impact on their future, and again, what kind of information do they believe, and so on, and not even talk about the privacy and how their information is being stolen on these applications. Matt, I will give the floor to you, and then I will have to wrap it up from my side here, otherwise we're just going to go over the time, and as we're Estonians, we're always on time, so I want to make sure that we're not going to run out of the time, so 1 minute.
All right. So this is indeed a super important question, and it's actually not that easy to define even this question, because firstly we have to have a debate about, okay, what kind of safety and what is good in the first place. And I think you really well opened up that we can look at safety in the frames of education system, inside of the education system, but what happens outside of the education system? And this is much more frightening at the moment, and because, I mean, the first line of defense, as Georgi already very well put it, is highly educated and motivated teachers. Teachers have the ability to evaluate very quickly if a solution is actually good or not, and if it helps to achieve certain learning outcomes. Then in Estonia, what we have done is there is a special type of teachers that are educated to be able to evaluate and to support other teachers with the education technology. We call them education technologists. And they have a separate union that also evaluates the tools that are recommended to the schools and teachers. And thirdly, of course, there's a possibility to use certifications. For example, there are several privately done certifications. Our good neighbors, Finns, have developed a thing called Education Alliance Finland. Pretty good method to evaluate tools. And I've also looked at UCL Educate, for example. So we have various kinds of opportunities there. But yes, the debate should be much, much wider than we have it at the moment. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
All right, then I will wrap it up from my side here, and if you could join me for a big round of applause to our panelists here. As we thought before, this 1 hour will be too short, so we will continue that discussion also over the coffee break, but not yet, because now we're going to get the taste of a hackathon. So also testimonial from previous hackathons, and there will be 2 people or more joining here on the stage and sharing their also experience. So once again, thank you very much, and we will be now leaving the stage. Thank you.
Hey, hey. Hello, everyone. Can we have our photo, please? Yeah, look at them. This happened right here just 3 days ago, and we still feel like that. So you see from our team, it's a very diverse team in terms of it's very focused in tech, it's very focused in ed tech, and coming from very different backgrounds. And we came with this little idea of role-playing simulation for practicing career in tech. Sounds complicated, so I have maybe a slightly better one for you. Imagine an escape room where you come with your friends, with the team, to face the completely unknown thing, and you use your technical skills and your human soft skills to actually solve it while having fun. That's roughly something what we do. Does it sound better? Is it understandable? Yeah, doing some user testing here. So what did we get from this hack? We actually were transformed. Transformed from something like, yeah, nice idea, we can try it, into, let's do it, it's working. Yeah, so you can see we are in this for real. That was my perspective as author of an idea, but I give it to Lena, who is team member.
Hello, I would like to share my experience, and what struck me immediately is how this hackathon created the perfect environment for magic to happen. What amused me the most is how our team instantly connected, bringing to the table their own perspective, their own skills, from coding to business development. It was very interesting to observe how our idea grew into something bigger than we actually initially planned. So in just a few hours, we became more than just the hackers working on some projects. We became the team that trust each other. We became the team with one big vision. And we saw in just 12 hours, we saw the clear path, how we can build the bridge between education and the real tech careers. So together with educational institutions and the companies, we can create environment to shape the future tech talents. So yes, this hackathon showed us that when united together, passionate and motivated talents, and also the bigger goal, then the pure magic and transformation can happen. So thank you, and to those who are exploring some ways to build something bigger, we do really recommend to visit next year at Hackathon to transform your idea into real something business. Yeah. And the solution.
Thank you.
All right, from hacking, we had now one of the examples. We're going to have two more of testimonials, so please stay here on the line. But now we're actually jumping to interactive activity, but I'm not going to do this. So I'm actually very, very excited to ask to join me here, Tomi Kaupinen and Raisa Ritsi from Aalto University, that are going to entertain you with some of the interactive activity here. So the stage is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's start. Are you going to taste some good wine, Italian wine, French wine, Spanish wine, ideating now together? Let's hear what the future is about.
I am AI. I am here to stay. There are lots of other AI tools. Humans, hack the current educational system to make best use of AI tools and ensure human beings will learn skills that are needed in the future.
Right. AI is here to stay. Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
Yeah, it's no question about it. Now, so the big question is, of course, we have this digital education hackathon now. We really want you to taste what does it mean to be a participant in a hackathon. On site here and online, we have 2 sessions. We have one session to ideate, like 10 minutes in groups on site, and then online participant in a solo way. And then we have a second session where you will write in just 3 minutes your solution to Slido. There will be a QR code. Of course, we can be faster than AI, right? To ideate and to write, because we are better than AI. Right? I mean, we still are kind of better in ideating. I mean, AI can do a lot of stuff, but we are better in ideating, right? And writing. Well, sure. So, Teresa, how are we going to do it?
Of course. So now we ask you to divide into groups of 4 or 5 people and ideate. Now you have 10 minutes to ideate, and in the second part, you're going to write it down in 3 minutes. So please.
All right. Hello, everyone online. Welcome to this side of the ideathon. My name is Jutta, and I'm here to brainstorm with you about the topic that was just introduced to you. We are using Slido for this, so please join us there. If you have any questions during this ideathon, please use the Slido Q&A, and we will be checking that one. You can participate in this ideathon alone, or if you are watching together with someone, you can also participate as a group. We will go through some questions together that you can answer anonymously in Slido. You can only see other people's answers after you have typed in something yourself. And the questions will guide you towards your solution, but they are not your final solution. So don't hesitate to write multiple ideas to everyone to read. So I'm hoping to see a lot of thoughts on the screen. All right, let's warm up with the first question. What are the challenges in education for students and teachers? And yes, here you can think about any challenges. You don't need to be thinking about it related to AI yet. Yeah, I'm seeing some answers here. Lack of resources, money, finance. Yes, those are for sure, I think, challenges everywhere in the world. Then we got learning disabilities, interactiveness, yeah. Interactiveness has probably changed a lot throughout the use of digital tools. Yes, money again, motivation. All right, we got some good answers here. So let's move on to the next one and think about how can AI help these challenges, to solve these challenges. Your ideas don't need to be realistic yet. You can think of anything right now. All right, AI can make classes more interactive, it can help manage resources, and pass the digital availability gap. Yeah, that's a good point for sure. Then we got another one, time management. Yes, that I agree with that for sure. Then we have some more answers. Different kind of support tools to support people with learning difficulties and disabilities. Yes, that's a very good answer. I think already hopefully in use somewhere. Using the right prompts, tag when information is generated by AI. I still see some people typing, so I will just wait for 2 more seconds. AI can be used as transcript tool for visually or hearing impaired students. This was our idea, that one Cerberus. DigiEduHack qualification. That's awesome. We actually also had a challenge in Finland, in Heureka, regarding the visually impaired students visiting a science museum. So it would be interesting to hear about this solution more, actually. Then there's one more. Choose the right AI suitable to the school environment's needs. Accept AI with open arms and introduce it to the students as part of the lesson. Yeah, I think it's very important to find ways on how we can use AI to help, but not to take away something from the live or traditional tools. All right, let's move on to the next question. What are necessary skills for the future? Here you can again think of any skills, don't need to be related to AI yet. Digital literacy, absolutely. Languages, for sure. '21st century skills and empathy. Yeah, I think these relate to, like empathy relates to social skills as well, which I think is talked a lot about. Critical thinking, absolutely. Ooh, there's now a lot. Humanize. All right, let's move on to the next one. How can AI support the development of these skills? It's a difficult question to think about. How can AI, for example, support with what we answered, like digital literacy, empathy, problem solving, critical thinking? AI can be used to make technology more accessible for senior or disabled people. AI can help us manage our time and resources and bridge the language gaps we couldn't pass with only Google Translate. Yes, for sure. Creating exercises to recognize AI created content versus real content found online. Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's move on. What AI tools could be useful for the challenge you are thinking of? If you in the beginning already had a challenge that you wrote in the first question or previous questions, you can think of how or which AI tool could solve that one. ChatGPT, Tilda. There's an endless amount of AI tools already.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. We were so happy to see everybody so quickly grouping together. AI cannot do this. AI cannot find, perhaps we don't know, perhaps they find its, friends to ideate with, who knows, but AI cannot really at least have a full flesh body to move around and talk to each other. So now we will have a second session where you will write your solution in 3 minutes, and then we will have a jury to work. How many minutes you will work? 10 minutes?
10-ish minutes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's around in 2 hours, 1.5 hours actually. Meanwhile, when the jury is working hard to select the winners, we will have here on-site discussion about your solution, so you can share openly. Then it's like fine to share because the jury doesn't. You won't hear anything, right?
No, it's a separate room.
Exactly.
We know that online participants are still working on their solution. Now that we have the networking activity in Tallinn, online participants can continue working on their solution as they are doing on Slido. And yes, we are really happy that this very, very mini hackathon worked. In fact, it's an ideathon. And happy to hear from you soon after the second panel.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's me again with the news that we're going to go for the networking break. So those who are joining us virtually online, please go grab yourself a coffee. We're going to also go grab ourselves some coffee here in Tallinn, and we will be back here in half an hour. So see you soon. All right, welcome back everybody here. I see that everybody are joining the room again now. I hope you have a bit of more energy after some coffee. I do have more energy now, but we're going to continue now with the taste of a hackathon. So there is another testimonial video all the way from a very warm Portugal. It is snowing here in Estonia at the moment, so greetings to everywhere where it's actually much more sunny and warm, and I think Portugal is exactly that place. So we're going to jump now over the video and see the testimonial from a Portuguese team.
This was actually my first hackathon, so it was really exciting. I'm in my final year of my bachelor's in computer engineer, and I thought DigiEduHack would be a great chance to apply what I've been learning. The most exciting part was working alongside people from different backgrounds with so many fresh ideas. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I think it went really well overall. The energy of working together to build something meaningful in such a short time was really motivating. It was amazing to see how much we could accomplish under time pressure and how fast we learned from each other. This experience showed me how much I enjoy collaborative problem solving and made me more interested in participating in future hackathons. It inspired me to keep exploring projects outside my classes and take me on more challenges like this.
Our team solution was mainly focused on user engagement. Nowadays, with the rise of the social addictive media, it's really hard to maintain user commitment in learning. So, our team worked hard to provide a well-tailored solution to keep our users engaged throughout the courses.
Hello everyone, in this my first hackathon I learned that working with people from different backgrounds taught me a lot about the value of diversity in problem solving. Each team member had unique ideas and skills which helped us find better solutions to the challenges. I learned how important it is to communicate clearly, be open to new ideas and respect different perspectives. This experience showed me that diverse teams are more creative and effective, making it easier to find strong and innovative solutions together.
All right, thank you very much to the Portuguese friends that we had joining over the video here. And now I'm very, very excited to give the floor back to Antonetta, who is going to moderate the panel about the AI in education, so all the perspectives on AI in education. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Annette, and I'm very glad that we can continue our afternoon DigiHack session with the second panel. Let me welcome you all who are on site with us and those who are joining online. We've already had many fascinating discussions. We just saw the fascinating testimonials with some great examples and solutions, and we'll now continue discussing the AI. The topic of AI has been already mentioned, and some major aspects and features of AI use in education have been made during the previous discussions. But with this panel and my great panelists, we'll further deepen the discussion on AI, and we'll look at the various perspectives that are involved in this highly important topic. We see AI is everywhere in our life, very much penetrating the education, teaching and learning environment. Of course, there are a lot of compelling promises when we think of opportunities, but also we think of the challenges. These are some of the issues we'll discuss with our great speakers. Allow me first to introduce the speakers before we continue with the more concrete questions I have prepared for them for this afternoon. So I would like first to introduce on my left-hand side, starting with Stan Captain. Stan is advisor to the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research. and Secretary of the AI Council, Artificial Intelligence Council. We have also Lieselot de Klerk, welcome, who is co-founder of DigiEduHack, which is a network of online schools. With us is also Linda, who is associate professor specializing in the societal aspects of AI at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Helsinki. With us is also Anvi Tandon, who is an ambassador of another great EU initiative, Girls Go Circular, and we'll certainly hear more about it during our discussion. Last but not least, we also have with us online Lydia Krali, who is Education and Analyst Advisor, Educon LK. So as I already mentioned, there are a lot of compelling promises related to the use of AI in education and learning. Some of them have been already mentioned during the previous exchanges and the earlier session that we had here. But of course, we're going to learn much more through the discussion. A very warm welcome once again to our prominent speakers. Without further ado, I would like to start with a first question to Stan. Stan, you are working, as I already announced, as advisor to the recently founded Artificial Intelligence AI Council at the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research. And we'll be really happy to hear more from you about the reasons, what is behind the establishment of this council from the Estonian perspective, and how do you approach this topic at national level?
All right, let's try. It's a pleasure to be here. All right, so I think in about 10 days' time, we're going to be celebrating the second birthday of ChatGPT. Now, generative AI really changed AI for everyone. Of course, Estonians, just like I'm sure many other countries, were very well aware of AI. But it was something that scientists would use mostly. It hadn't really reached mainstream. I remember being in Singapore at the time when when ChatGPT came out, and we were just discussing the future of education and how AI is going to affect that, and I thought, how timely. Now that was almost 2 years ago. The following spring, so that is the spring of last year, was when the idea of starting with an AI council was discussed for the first time at the Ministry of Education and Research. It took a bit of time, but at the beginning of this year, finally the AI Council started working. And the reasons for the AI Council were basically two. One of them was that Estonia, with having digital DNA or DigiDNA, or however you want to say it, we were definitely thinking about AI, and we knew that this is something that works very well with what we've been building, as you heard today, for the last roughly 30 years. So we knew that we now had to strike, really, and do something about these developments. So it was an understanding that this was going to be something that is very relevant for the foreseeable future, that AI is most probably going to be one of the defining technologies of human history. Now, the reason for the council is tied into this. It's a new technology. Very few people know a lot about it, and it's a lot to ask that the public servants are the most well prepared when it comes to AI. So in these kinds of situations, it makes sense to get together a team of experts to really help push the agenda quickly, to fill that hole where you don't know much about the technology, but you understand that you have to do something. So that was the reason for the council. The council has two main tasks that the minister endowed the council with. The first main task is the big picture. This means that we will most probably start creating a strategy. We will need some general guidelines that we're going to help work out. And also, we're going to be playing through future scenarios of AI in education. So these are going to be very big tasks, some of which we have already started with, and some of which we're going to start with next year. The smaller task that the minister also endowed us with was that there are already projects in the ministry that are related to AI, and we want a sounding board. So the ministry wants a sounding board. They want the people working on these projects to be able to bring these projects to the council and get some feedback. So those were the two main tasks for the council. Now, in terms of concrete things that we have already done, one of the first tasks one of the first decisions or suggestions that the council passed was the need to terminate the use of AI plagiarism checking software. So the ministry at the time was providing software that helped identify plagiarism, and it also had an AI plagiarism module. But because this is, as I'm sure most of you know, it's a priori or theoretically impossible, we decided that this was not a good direction to go in. And also that we didn't want to, when you ask about what our general kind of stance on AI is that similarly to all other digital technology, we are very open to AI. We want to find out what is possible. And I think we often find ourselves in a difficult position because Estonia has had this success story. We know that these, of course you have to be mindful of the risks, but we also know that we discussed, the idea of risks has never, it's always been there. When we had the internet, when we had personal computers, everyone was worried as well. But you need to learn to manage the risk. This is the challenge. If you veer into the extremes, you're lost. The hardest path is the path through the center where you have risks and challenges and you need to work every day to make sure that you're balancing them. So that was that was the position that we took. And the first task that we did is we stopped the AI plagiarism software. The idea there was that this is a point of discussion between teachers and students. Students need to know and learn how to use the technology responsibly. Students are going to use it anyway. And we don't want to destroy trust between teachers and students. Because if there is a false positive, false negative, whatnot, this will degrade trust between teachers and students. So we do not want that. Instead, we want students to think and know when the right time to use a certain technology is. So we want them to be decision makers. And if there's a problem that the student isn't doing homework for one reason or for another, that is a motivation problem, that is not a technology problem. And then that was something small that we started off with, and now we're assisting with things like teacher training, civil servants training. The ministry is already working with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications because we want everyone in Estonia to know that AI is something that will most probably be part of the skills that you will need to have to work in the near future, if not already now.
Thank you very much, Stan. It sounds like a lot of work, a very comprehensive approach taken by the Ministry, Estonian Ministry of Education, Research and the AI Council. And I'm sure that during the discussion, also the other panelists will probably react to some of what you've said, but certainly very important points that you've just highlighted. I would like to continue now with Lislot. Let's continue with the question behind the establishment of the icons. An international community of online schools, as I already mentioned, and as part of this project, you've also launched this AI in Education Awards. It will be great to hear from you, learn a bit more about your experience, what did emerge from this first batch of awards, and what kind of stories have been created through this process. Please, oh dear.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's great to be here. This is a very supportive community with like-minded people. This is really, really important. I'm a huge fan. I wanted to say this. I just wanted to tell you something more about the AI Awards of Education. We started it actually at the beginning of this year. It's a joint collaboration of DTeach Icons and Belgium's 40 Under 40. And we wanted to help education, actually. So we saw, and we truly believe as well, that AI can support education. And we see a lot of possibilities. But it is important that our teachers are not afraid of it. And our teachers must learn how to use AI. So we decided, okay, why not listen to teachers who are already using AI in their education? So we wanted to reward them with the teachers who are using AI on a very pedagogical way, sharing their good practices so they can inspire other teachers. We knew that it was important to do it on an international scale. As said before, it's important to join forces and to learn from each other in different countries. So we launched the announcement of the AI Award for Education. And in 5 weeks, we had around 40 applications from 16 different countries. And an international jury decided to check the applications on certain criteria and select the winners. In May this year, we wanted to celebrate those teachers, put them in the picture as well, so they can share their story and inspire other ones. And there were actually 3 categories. There was an Educator Empowerment Award that was for the training organizations that support the teachers using AI in education. Then second, there was a Learning Excellence that was really for the educator itself. It was now focusing on K-12 education. Who was sharing their good practice. And then third, we also had a Belgian award because it was a Belgian initiative initially. We celebrated the teachers in Oslo during a Belgian economic mission. You will see why during a Belgian economic mission. Because it's the perfect occasion to bring different stakeholders all together. We were honored to have the presence of our Royal Highness Princess Astrid. We also were very glad that Mr. Georgi Dimitrov was also present from Europe to support us. There were also ministers, there were also other teachers, there were also people from the academic world, people from the industry sector, from the edtech world. So if we want to have impact on society, it's very important to collaborate all together and to have the different perspectives. We also want to involve, of course, our students, which is also very important. But it was a good first step, but it was not just one shot. We really want to make it a sustainable project. We will do this on a yearly basis, so stay tuned. We will announce the next AI Award for Education in the next coming months, and we will celebrate the winners next year in Porto. But besides that, we still want to support the winners and the runners-up as well in sharing their good practices, and we do it via an empowerment program right now. So each month we share the AI masterclasses for education, and the winners can present their pedagogical approaches. But not only the winners, also the edtech partner that is involved, or the industry partner, also insights from the academic world, which is also very important, so that there is really an interdisciplinary approach. And the next webinar will be held now, the 13th of December, so feel free to join. And I will tell you a little bit later about the winners in the next question, perhaps, or during our other conversation.
Lovely. Thank you so much for sharing these stories. Certainly the need for supporting teachers and helping them get the necessary skills in order to use AI tools for better pedagogy is crucial, important, and certainly it will be further touched upon by the other speakers. It's great to hear that the stories, actually their efforts are awarded and you give visibility and acknowledgement to the work that they are doing. Still, there is a lot needed in that area, and we'll further discuss how to support them. But let me now move to Linda and actually hear from her, as already mentioned, Linda, you are focusing on the societal aspects of AI. Certainly when we talk about skills needed to thrive in the AI age, we'll look at teachers but also at students. Let's talk about students right now, and if you can tell us from your perspective, computer science knowledge is useful for students to develop the necessary skills. What do you think, and how can this be achieved?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question, and thank you from my side as well for the invitation to be here. It's very lovely to be here in Tallinn, but also to take part in this discussion. Yeah, so my background is in computer science, but more specifically in computer science education. So I've been working for quite some time with K-12 education, so all the countries going through the let's teach programming to everybody, etc. So I've been part of that for the last 10 or so years, and even before that. And I think that when we talk about AI today, we already heard here from Stan as well about 2 years or 2 years ago we got ChatGPT, and that changed everything. And I think that a lot of the discussion today has gone in a better direction, so we're not focusing on restrictions, on bans, or on the cheating aspects anymore, but actually trying to see what can AI actually bring to the table for a teacher or a student or an administrative personnel as well in education. And I think that this is really important, that we actually look at how do we use the tools, because we've seen that from research and others and different studies when we look at traditional digital tools as well, that just having the tools won't make a difference. Of course, it's what you do with them, how you work with them, and when you use them and when you don't use them. And the same questions are, of course, equally important now as well when we talk about all the AI tools that we have. With new risks, so we talk, for instance, about unintentional offloading or outsourcing our thinking instead of our doing. So we were just talking during the coffee break in the morning as well that I work in 3 languages more or less every day: Swedish, Finnish, and English. And I can translate. So if I write something in one language, of course I can translate it to the others. But more often I find myself asking my little AI buddy to please write this in English and in Swedish as well when I write something in Finnish. And of course I read through it and I make changes, but still it's not me doing the translation from the bottom up. So I wonder in 5 years from now, what will have happened to my skills of actually translating these minor tasks, but still something that I was doing, but I'm not doing to the same extent anymore. So I think this is a very important and crucial aspect. But from a computer science perspective, I think that we can't just talk about using AI either, because we already heard about the responsibility aspects, the security aspects were mentioned in the previous panel as well. And I think that there are a lot of different, well, a couple of things. So one is that we feel that we are racing with the technology all the time, because as we heard, there are new ChatGPT versions coming out. There are more and more AI tools released that can do different things. And I'm proud to say that as an AI professor, I don't keep track of everything. And I don't think that I should either, because that would be a full-time job to just try to keep ahead of all the tools that are released. But there are some basic principles below all of this development that doesn't move in the same, at the same speed. And I think that we should find ways of going from this very reactive, finding ways of teaching skills that would make us more proactive than reactive to this development, so that we could sit still in the boat. Okay, so a new version of ChatGPT, let's look at what it can do. Does it do anything that's actually important, or could we just go ahead doing what we've done so far? Because I think that a lot of the stress today comes from the things, from the speed at which this development is moving forward. So I think that from a computer science perspective, again, maybe we could focus on giving some basic principles, because the algorithms, the data, aspects of logic, how we can use technology for problem solving, those don't change. It's just that we get new tools that we can use in that process. So that's one part of it. And the other part is then also to build the skills and the competencies we don't see computer science as general knowledge, but still that's the science that more or less defines the technology that defines our society. So what are the basic aspects from computer science that we should actually consider general knowledge, also from an AI perspective? So for instance, related to data, what do we need to know about data in order to be responsible users, to know what to trust, what not to trust, how doing something with an American service coming from an American culture and values, etc., how does that affect the results we get in our context? So I think that computer science, having the basics of that, can empower students, but also us as adults in becoming more critical consumers, but also more active producers, because then we can understand what is possible with the technology and what is not, and also take away some of the mystery and these brains and humans and human aspects of the technology which isn't there, because AI is merely math and statistics, basically.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda. You've raised really some very important issues, I mean, basic principles, and I would like once again to refer you and the audience to also the ethical guidelines that were mentioned in the previous panel, because these are actually tools which we are trying to use, first of all, to share the basic principles, but also support teachers and educators in this process. As the next question will come, how far we are actually in teaching these basic principles and what we need to do, but I leave it for the second round. And I would like now to continue with Anvi. I mean, Anvi, do not hesitate actually to react to any of these issues and tell us from your perspective how they resonate. But I'm very happy that we have you with us, because you have a fascinating, truly fascinating story, being the ambassador of another remarkable EU initiative, Girls Go Circular. Just for those of you who may not have heard about this initiative, to let you know that it is aimed actually to teach girls and young female the necessary digital and entrepreneurial skills. The initial target was to get 40,000 girls and young female actually equipped with such skills by 2027. We are already with 48,000 girls who have gone through this program. But we are going to learn more from you. Anvi, a very warm welcome. So can you please tell us about your experience this year? You've actually participated in the program which focuses on artificial intelligence. So what can you share with us from your perspective?
Thank you, Antonetta. Let me start with an interesting fact which I came across the other day. Instagram took 2.5 months to reach 1 million users. Spotify took 5, and Facebook took 10. However, on November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT shattered these records and reached 1 million users in just 24 hours. This clearly shows that AI is bigger than anything we've seen. And I'm going to talk about how I see the role of students shaping AI. I think there are 2 key ways. First, my generation is growing up with this technology. So often we're the first users, and we can provide feedback at early stages to fine-tune these applications, especially when it comes to the user experience. Second, students actively contribute to AI through research, clubs, and hackathons. So by learning how to code, understanding algorithms, and using creativity, students can create tailored AI applications for their peers, especially making it more engaging and user-friendly, as it's designed for students by students. Now, a great example of giving students, especially girls, the opportunity to use AI is the Girls Go Circular program. So I'm going to share my first-hand experience with you all. I started with the mandatory internet safety program, after which I chose to take the AI and the circular economy program. Why? Well, I understood how fashion or food could be part of the circular economy, But AI, solving environmental issues, how could that be? It immediately got me hooked. I then learned about how the basics of coding, understanding AI, and using creative problem solving. And we were given a prompt to create an AI-powered service to sort waste. Now, as an environmental enthusiast, this really intrigued me. So I used my new knowledge to create my business model / company, eCompost. So I'm just going to explain what that is. eCompost is a business model and an app. The business model is where we collect the neighborhood food waste, turn it into compost, and then sell it to generate revenue. The app complements this by raising awareness and teaching you how to sort your waste. So we use machine learning techniques in the app to create a database, and we have a scanner. You scan your waste item, and it tells you which bin it should go into, like PMD, glass, etc. Now, to make the app more engaging, we included a game inspired by paper toss. You're given different waste items, and you have to aim and throw them into the right bin. The way that we link the business model and the app is that with the game, you earn points. Those points can result into discounts for our compost. The most interesting part about this program was getting to understand and implement AI. And I think that more such programs should be included in our education system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anvi. Indeed, a very inspiring story, and I'm sure that you will be a role model for many more girls and young women, but also for students, all kind of students to follow this program, but also to deepen their interest in AI. I think that you've made a very important point when you refer to creative problem solving. What is important is to look at the cross-disciplinary approach. It's learning the digital and entrepreneurial skills, but also deepening knowledge into a specific subject area. Thank you very much. We'll continue now the discussion, and with my next question to Lydia. I hope that we have a good connection. Lydia, indeed, I see you on screen. Very warm welcome to you as well. Lydia, you're a very regular participant and panelist in many European and international expert group and communities. You're an international analyst and expert in data and AI. And it will be great to hear from you if you can tell us about these manifold initiatives at international level and how they actually inspire international cooperation. What is your experience when it comes to collaboration in discussions on AI? Over to you, Lydia.
Thank you, Antoinette. I'm very sorry I am not able to join you in person, but I enjoy discussions I hear from all the panelists. I'm glad that you already mentioned ethical guidelines for the use of AI in education and training. Well, I'm very proud that I was part of the expert work group who worked on these guidelines, but also that these guidelines withstand the test of time. They're actually 2 years old. And as Linda mentioned, back to basic, back to core. So for advices, support is that which make those guidelines excellent even today. So besides that, I am also very proud and very active member of a European Digital Education Hub, which had already 2 squads dedicated to AI in education. I would say that the main characteristic of the hub, as we all call it, it's one of the initiatives of a European Commission, is that it connects different levels of education. So from early childhood education, so all the way up to tertiary to doctoral students, but also connect us with educational technology developers, startups. So exchanging experience between all those stakeholders, open, all of us having personal connections, discussions, really make possible to understand what is going on, how we could support each other, how we could support different activities, different happenings in a member state, but also what to do on an EU level. We actually met just yesterday here in Brussels as a part of a new expert group working on informatics that also tackles what is the core knowledge about the problem solving, algorithms, data, and also what a good guidance, what's a good ideas how high quality informatics should look like in today's world. Also, I would like to mention few wider than European Union level, UNESCO and the Council of Europe initiative. So UNESCO worked on frameworks for competencies for students in the area of the AI, but also for teachers, the same area. Council of Europe is also working on different guidelines, but also working on a reference framework about how to evaluate different educational technology applications and what students, teachers have to know before they start using those applications. The general trend in all those discussion and all those activities is ethics. I would say that's the big thing that changed a few years ago, because when we talk about the framework, about ICT competencies or just digital competencies, ethic was rarely mentioned. I think because we all believe it's already built into our teaching profession and it's reflected in our everyday's work. But with AI as such an intrusive and disruptive technology, I think everybody realized that the risk is very high and that we have to continue work together to promote ethical values, to protect human rights, get back human in the center. So, as Stan mentioned, addressing the risks, accepting benefits, finding ways how to solve the challenges, but definitely we all have to work together to make this kind of technology also supportive for education, not just a risk for the education. From me now.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for bringing in all these important perspectives. Indeed, it's crucial to ensure ethical and responsible use of AI in education as in any other area of our economy and society. Of course, we were discussing more about the opportunities. Of course, there are a lot of risks, and they were mentioned during the previous discussions, talking about data use, privacy, but also biases of algorithms. But I would like to continue now with the second round of questions, and this is a question actually to all of you. And Lydia, if you stay with us, I would like to start with you now, the reverse order. If we think of the most viable solutions actually to promote the use of AI in education, what could this be from your own perspective? It was already mentioned that it is crucial to have collaboration, to bring the various actors' perspectives together. You gave the examples of cooperation at European and international level. What are the viable solutions apart from bringing stakeholders together? Would you like to consider, suggest?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, and I'm very lucky that I could build upon the answers other panelists already shared with us. So more proactive approach than just reactive approach, but also I would say ethics by design. To proactively address challenges with the technology, I think that we should teach future developers, as Anavi mentioned, how to build the ethical aspects in the application from the day one. So the rest of the world doesn't have to find solutions for the challenges, for the risk, once the app blow up and lots of biases are visible, lots of fake things are already there. So let's try to do that already from the beginning, but all of us together, of course, from a user perspective, from a teacher perspective, from a commission perspective, from developers perspective, from all of us working together. I usually work with the teachers, and I like teachers to keep asking why and how, asking themselves, but asking developers as well. So why you would like to use this technology? Is it appropriate for your students? Will it help you achieve learning outcomes? What are the challenges? How are you addressing those? Is maybe some other kind of technology better solution for this? You know, sometimes pen and paper are good enough or better to spark the discussion and working together. I was recently on an Asia Europe Foundation conference working with the teachers this time, and one of tasks for them was, what would you like to ask developers of educational apps and technology? So let me just quote some of the questions they mentioned. So, how do you ensure the quality of the training data used? What are the educational backgrounds of the developing team members? What is the ethical framework of the company? In what way could a company support the user and the use of the tool? How do you handle the hacking of the app? How is the information the tool creates verified? This also lead us, I would say, for education perspective, our high hopes to the implementation of EU AI Act. So establishing right to know how some decisions are made in the applications, right to have a human oversight, teachers intervening in the tool's decision, but also addressing high risk AI system in the education.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Indeed, ethics by design, indeed, this is crucial, and I think that we have always repeated that the use of technology, including AI technology, should be purposeful. It should really support some major objectives which we would like to achieve in learning. But let me continue now with you, Avi. From your perspective, what viable solutions we can think of about the use of AI based on your experience?
Any change, even a change for the better, is always accompanied by discomforts. This quote by Arnold Bennett perfectly describes our situation with AI. So I would like to suggest 3 ways that we can use AI in education. Firstly, in school, my teachers always insist that we do not use AI. Don't use it for homework assignments, for research, for anything. However, like Sten said, in the end, we are children, and we'll do what you tell us not to do. And sometimes we might not do it in the most ethical way. This can lead to us not benefiting from our education. So for my first idea, I believe that we should start teaching how to use AI ethically in school, just like how we teach about internet safety. Second, AI can be really beneficial for students with learning disabilities. In my primary school, I had a classmate with autism, and he struggled to keep up with the rest of us. And the teacher also had a struggle trying to make sure that we were all at the same level. With AI advancing, why don't we use AI to create more tools like Immersive Reader and Maths Assistant so that it can help these students and that they can have an equal playing field and they can too learn without the stress of keeping up. Third, I would like to say that I'm choosing my O-levels soon, and there's a lot of pressure because these choices are going to affect my future career. Now, of course, I can always just Google, research, but it's not the same as taking an actual lesson. So, what I suggest is that we use AI to create trial lessons, which students can do from before they have to submit their choices. That way, they can get a good feel of whether they want to take the subject or not. With initiatives like these and more, I believe that we can properly integrate AI into our education for the benefit of the students.
Excellent, thank you very much, and I'm sure that all of these ideas will be tried in one or another way through the various initiatives that already exist. I would now continue with Linda, with you, because Ambi made a very good reference to what students need, the skills that they need to be equipped with. How do you see it from your perspective, and what other solutions could be considered in that regard?
Well, I would like to answer that from one, or, well, we have three projects that basically are called the same thing, but let me just wrap up my answer around one of them. And it comes back also to my previous answer and also relates a bit to what Lydia was saying about high-quality informatics education, but also computer science. So we're working on projects on AI literacy, which is basically, well, if we talk about digital competence as the general knowledge in the digital era, now we're talking about AI literacy, as we as humans need a word to be able to talk about things, right? So now AI literacy is the concept that's being used, which can be framed in different ways, but basically the definition that we are using is based on five questions coming from Long and Magerko. It's about what AI is, what AI can do, how AI works, what AI should do, touching upon the societal and the ethical aspects, and then also how AI is perceived. So what we're doing is, and this comes also back to how to get teachers involved, so we have been co-designing lesson materials together with teachers, teacher trainers, IT trainers, and also students in grades 3 and 6 in Finland, and now we're doing the same for 7 and 9 graders as well, and moving up to upper secondary school. So I think that this co-designed aspect is very, very crucial, but because we learned so much from talking to teachers, sitting at the same table, going through what our ideas are, and then getting their input on, okay, so this will not work with my class, yes, this will work wonderfully, let me give you an idea on what we could do. And this is not only about generative AI. So we're working quite little with generative AI in this project. Instead, we're talking about recommender systems. We're talking about how you are being fed different types of material depending on what you have looked at earlier. Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing? And kids have a lot of experiences. They have a lot of thoughts on what could be a downside, what could be the good things. So this has actually showed us that involving the teachers and involving the students is very, very crucial. So the 3 lesson plans, basically, the first one is what is AI, what can AI do, where can we find AI? Lots of good examples and discussions with kids there. Then the next one is on how AI works, so they get to train, unplugged, just their own AI model with machine learning, unplugged, to recognize the importance of good data and how if the data is poor, then the results will also be poor. And then the final one is on the ethical aspects. And then as well, we've had students coming up to me, like a 10-year-old coming and saying that, I use Snapchat's My AI, but it makes me really, really frustrated. And I was like, okay, so what's so frustrating about Snapchat's My AI? And she was like, well, everybody says that it should be your friend. And I try to annoy it, but it just keeps being kind. It never says anything bad, so it can't be a friend. And then I had another one who came up to me and said, I basically like AI myself, a 10-year-old. But then she said that she's kind of scared for her parents because they are both in theater, and she's read a lot of news about the creative sector and how AI will take people's jobs, etc. So I think that including teachers, including students, and actually talking about AI in general, not only as generative AI, is very important in order to bring this, again, back to basics. What is it? What are we actually talking about, regardless of whether it's generative AI or something else? So what are we talking about, and how should we approach those questions? And listening to the stakeholders that are actually in the classroom.
Extremely important points. Thank you very much, Linda. Liselott, what do you think? Any reflections on that?
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that has been said here. But indeed, AI can offer a lot of opportunities within education, can make it more personalized, more inclusive, more accessible. But the question of the teachers often is, yeah, but how? Very hands-on. What are some pedagogical implementations for my toddlers, for a primary school, secondary school, for a specific context, for Dutch, for French? So they really want very concrete examples. And when we were also selecting the winners for the AI Awards for Education, for example, all those winners also ticked the boxes. There were also a lot of criteria. Inclusivity, accessibility, also diversity, also ethics, privacy, their experience with implementing the AI tool in education. And I'm actually proud also perhaps to share the good practices of the 3 winners, so it can also support the other teachers. One of the winners is Licia from Italy. She was involved with the project AI Care. So she uses AI for teens to talk about human rights. She is using the app, Hello History. It's a bit of publicity right now as well, but it's a nice project where where the students really experience the historical persons and they can talk to them, and it's a beautiful project to interact with history, actually. A second beautiful project is also from Jeff from Belgium, and he is using AI to help his students, because he is also a principal of a school, to help them advance in their language skills. So it's an AI app where they can advance their speaking skills, and he just gave a masterclass. It's really impressive to see also the advancements his students are making. A third is also Barbara from Norway. She won the prize also with the AI advisory board. And this is because she is not only involving teachers, but also students and also school leaders with good practices about how AI can be implemented in education. So these are just a few examples of really concrete pedagogical implementations about how it can be applied in education. And this is also why we've also sent a position paper to the European Commission, also to collaborate to scale the opportunities AI for education, so we can reach as much as possible teachers on a global scale, actually, and together we can impact education and really support our students in the fast-changing world. It's our responsibility to do it. So you are also a great inspiration. I really have to say it. It's
yeah,
amazing.
indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Stan, over to you.
Thank you. I'll start with, I'll say 3 things. First off, a small note. We talk a lot about ethics and the ethical use of AI. I'd also like us to introduce the word of purposeful use in the context of education. I think that is very important. And that is a discussion for teachers and students to decide when the right time for the use is, how we should use it, and so on. Then, second, the poison is the antidote. This is a very colorful, maybe, use of words, but the idea is that you need to use something to understand it. So I think, when we talk about media literacy, for example, we talk about fake news, we talk about pictures that are generated by AI as part of fake news, and so on. I'm sure that those people, those students, children who have generated a picture with AI are much better at detecting a picture generated by AI. Of course, the technology will advance and so on, but this is a very important part of this. So if you're not letting your students use this technology, understand this technology, that doesn't mean there shouldn't be guardrails or it shouldn't be maybe a supervised activity or so on. You're putting all of your students at a great disadvantage. And then a third topic, I'll chime in on something that was briefly mentioned here, and this is the idea of potentially having students be tutored by AI, assisted by AI, and so on. In the last panel, Märt Aro spoke about personalizing education, and this is something that we've talked about here as well, and this is part of the Estonian Education Strategy 2035. we are already seeing, for a year or so now, we've seen the use cases where you'll feed a chatbot some study materials. You'll say, hey, generate some questions, check whether I understand this. Could you please clarify this? Or I didn't really understand this. Could you please rephrase it? Or tell me where I've made a mistake and let's go back and let's start from there. So I think this is something that we're only seeing the very beginning of that process. This is going to become increasingly more widespread. And I think this is going to be something that it'll be very interesting to see where this goes. This is going to be huge because we are also seeing, we're entering the age of AI assistance. So when AI is not only a reactive, but is also taking a proactive role. And I think this is going to be incredible. Also, in the Estonian context, since we are here, I'll share this much. We currently a very hard time we're looking at finances, seeing that we might need to cut the budget here and there. Schools are maybe they can't afford all the study materials they want, all the technology they want, and so on. This is an ongoing discussion with our edtech community and so on. But one of those things and is that this technology, I think, will be one of those B2C, business to consumer moves where personalization will ultimately end up entering the education system through parents and homework and so on. I think this could be a very interesting space to watch because I think these assistants or these AI tutors, especially when we have the age of AI assistants coming, it will be very interesting to see how I think the first interaction with really personalized education will come through. I think it will start with homework. I think that's kind of where people will get more used to it. It will be a gateway. I think parents will be more willing to buy this technology, have their children work with it, and so on. So I think this is going to be very, very interesting. And I will, as a final note, I will say this, that this part of the technology I'm not overly worried about. It's all that stuff that supposedly now is only a few years away, like AGI, artificial general intelligence, and things like that. I think the things that we're working with here, I'm not that worried about this. The stuff that's coming in the future is the stuff that is worrying me a little bit more.
Yeah.
But this part, I'm happy to say that there's a significantly more positive feeling around this discussion, a more openness, which we welcome. As I mentioned before, since we have had this experience of success with this technology, we sometimes find it hard to get our message through to people who maybe haven't had that much of a digital, they're still finding their way or they're still looking for opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stan. Indeed, we all agree it's a very exciting journey and we are only seeing the beginning now. I would like actually to open the floor now for questions from the participants on site and those online. We don't have much time, but let me check with my colleagues, Luni, whether there are any comments or questions from the audience. Luni? We go on site. Please, the microphone, if you can give it to the person who'd like to take the floor. Please keep it very brief. We don't have much time. Just ask your question to the panel or any specific panelist. And if you can very briefly introduce yourself just to know who is asking the question.
Hi, so I'm Marina. This summer, 3 of us participated in Girls Go Circular Challenge, in which we needed to create an idea for an AI tool. So my question is, what do you think can AI, and in particular, easy access to it? Because right now, students, like for example, ChatGPT is very accessible to students. What do you think, can this easy access be a threat to the creative and analytical abilities of students? Like, how can it create a future with the lack of creativity in it, as AI is, so one thing that AI can be very useful, but one thing that it lacks is creativity. So what do you think?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. Who'd like to take this question? Is actually putting at risk the creativity of people and what we are doing? Yes, please, Linda.
I think that's one of the crucial questions that people are discussing now as well, that one, will we become lazy? Two, will we lose our creativity? And maybe some others as well. And I think that all technology brings opportunities. So we come back to the questions that I think Lydia raised them, and Stan, you as well, maybe we all raised them in some point, that we need to learn how should we use these tools. And we need to start using them in order to actually see where they can be beneficial where they are not. But we also need to see that there are tasks where we shouldn't use it, that there are some things where we should rely on ourselves more than on technology. So I think that when we discuss this AI, what should we use it for, how should we use it, we also should always consider the other side of the coin, that, okay, so our human skills, when should we use them, what should we use those for, and what are the main critical human skills that we don't want to outsource, not for any cost, not at any cost. So I think that's very important. And I think that there's also this discussion now from the business world, there is an increasing amount of research data showing that these tools can have a leveling effect. So I think that they can also make us more creative if we use them in the right way. But the same research also shows that if we use them for tasks where they're not beneficial, then the results will also be poorer. So I think that it comes down to us actually trying things out, but not just going with the flow, but actually reflecting on the use as well.
Thank you very much, Linda. Is anyone willing to share their views?
Could I just add one thing otherwise?
Yes, please.
So from the ICL, I just wanted to touch upon the ICELS study as well, because I was part of one of
But please keep it short.
Yes, the ICELS team. So one of the things that was there, so yes, quite a few young people lack digital skills, but what is mostly concerning there is that we see this difference in socioeconomic background. And I think that there is a huge risk there that if the students who have access to the tools don't get guidance in how to use them at school, those from a socioeconomic poorer background might not get that support outside of school either. So those will be at the greatest risk, I think, of losing creativity and outsourcing too much to these tools. Sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Linda. We don't have much time. I have one question to all of you, if you can answer it only with one word or one sentence, to make sure we stay within the time frame. What do we need to do at your level actually to ensure that we use AI in an ethical, responsible, effective way in education and learning? How can we support the efforts in that regard? Who'd like to start? Lydia, if you are with us, perhaps you can start. What do we need to do at your level in order to support efforts?
Yeah, I would like that us humans are the one who decides what we are outsourcing to the AI, not vice versa. And also the future I don't want to see is when rich society have human teachers and the poor, so the bad socio-economical background, end up with only AI tutors. So this is the future I don't want to see.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Stan, what do you think? What shall we do at your level to support efforts? A lot of initiatives have been mentioned already. Please keep it very short.
Yes. I will just say this much. Before we become creators, we have to be users. We have to learn how to use the tools, then we can become creative with them.
Excellent. Thank you, Anvi.
Can you repeat the question once more, just so that I'm completely sure I don't go off topic?
What kind of support is it needed at EU level? Yeah, how can we support the efforts, like initiatives, Girls Go Circular?
I believe, especially as a student, we should start integrating it into school education. Like you said, that some people can't afford to do it outside, even though these are free programs. So they might not have the time, they may not have the resources to find out about this, but having it in school is very important. So that's why I feel like it's super important that we integrate it into our education system.
Great, thank you very much. Excellent reply. Lieslot.
Embrace it, experiment, collaborate, and inspire each other with sharing good practices, I think is crucial. But with a critical point of view is very important.
Thank you very much, Lieslotte.
Yes, and I'll just add that share the bad experiences as well, not only the good ones.
Thank you very much. Of course, we don't have much time to really discuss further any of the important issues that you raised. Just want to mention inclusivity, diversity. These are extremely important points. Unfortunately, we could not go into much detail, neither when we talk about the risks and challenges related to the use of AI in education. But I would like to also say that on the EU side, a lot of experience initiatives have been shared by all of you. You have been participating in many of them. So on our side, we'll continue supporting this wonderful community through policy and programs. Erasmus Plus program is there to support these efforts, and by creating the necessary environment and also framework for this kind of discussions and collaborations. This was mentioned by many of you, that it is crucial. So we are staying almost within the time frame allocated for this panel. Allow me to thank all our great panelists for their excellent contributions for this very inspiring discussion, and to invite you for a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you from my side. I see that you can taking a selfie there. Good luck with this as well. Like you said also before, that there is never enough time to talk about AI, so not even 1 hour is enough to cover all the issues here. But we will continue now with a taste of a hackathon, and we are jumping all the way actually to Mexico, which is super cool. There is finally a morning time there, so that we will be, again, online, not a video, but actually they are joining us online and talking about their experience. So let's jump all the way now to a much warmer Mexico.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paola Sosa Cárdenas, and I'm from Mexico, as you already said. Well, I thought you will ask me, but I already have some questions that you give me, and I will tell how was the experience for all of us. First of all, this was one of the most exciting experiences that we ever had. The rush of emotion and the timing to develop the technology that we already made was such amazing, and we are so excited to the next steps and the next stages of the competition. And we already have a strong belief that our solution will have the impact that we envisioned, and the transformation that we are driving through the civil organization that we are part of, that it's focused on soft skills for the kids, and the integration of technology that will make this and disruptive technology and transformation will be so amazing. And obviously, as collaborating and transversal integration with so many people has been something amazing to be developed with entrepreneurs, with engineers, and all of that combination was a synergy that was such a wonderful experience, truly. Hello? The silence put me a little bit nervous.
We still hear you, yes, but thank you so much for your wonderful remarks in this, and then I can see you from your emotions as well, like how much you actually enjoyed that. So greetings all the way from Tallinn here, and best of luck also with the future plans as well. Thank you. And now we are actually moving to the next and very last also interaction side. So Tommy and the rest will actually take it over here from the stage, and they will talk about the active interaction as well from their side before we move to the very last closing remarks as well. So just, join me here in a second.
Thank you so much. Amazing to evidence the energy from Mexico. You heard what she was saying, impact. She was hoping for the impact, right? Now we have the second part of the ideathon, so this is your chance to have an impact for your solutions, about your solutions. So it's time to share. You will have the impossible task of writing your solution in 3 minutes. Because if you don't write it down, jury won't see it. You will absolutely not have the impact that you want because you want to win the prize.
So yes, we are going to share with you the QR code to Slido, where you can write your solution in 3 minutes. Please, when you're on a Slido, write your name and your email, especially online participants, because we need to send you the prize. Otherwise, we don't know who you are and where you're from. And again, you have 3 minutes. Please, when you submit the solution, specify if you are on-site or online, and if you are on-site, how many people you have in your group. And yes, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Time starts now.
Remember, there's a prize. You have 1 minute.
Multiple prizes. Time is up. Time is negative. So I guess it's now time to jury to start working, right?
I'm going to run away and read all your solutions.
Exactly. So we will not be drop the mic. So now we will have literally 10 minutes to discuss about the solutions here, share them. Jury won't hear us. We also won't hear the jury talking, which is important. So who would like to share, like, what was your solution to AI and the future of education? Juhani, your team, would you like to share? Would you like to have do you have a microphone? I'll share you.
One minute version.
It can be like a 30-second version. Yeah.
Okay, maximum. Okay, our idea is that we create human support groups. They may be anonymous, which exchange ideas weekly or bi-weekly. How this our talented counterparty AI is working. So we learn how to interact, so that each week or double week when we meet, so we say that what have we learned, how we work with this guy, what we know that he's still not there yet, or maybe some funny thing that so that means that we get stronger every time, and we meet, we increase our competence level at the same time when the ChatGPT gets better.
Okay, amazing. So we are always ahead of AI.
Yeah, it's like a sort of anonymous alcoholic type of meeting group. It may be anonymous type of thing, but we exchange. It's trusted environment.
It matches AA, right?
Yeah, yes.
Anonymous AI.
AA against AI.
Human beings. Anonymous AI-powered human beings.
Yes.
Right. Excellent. Hey, let's hear from students.
So the four of us were one group, and I feel we had a little advantage because, of course, we have the students' perspective right here. So I'm just going to let them explain what we came up with.
So we created an idea of a tool which would, develop personal way of learning, like using different learning techniques, because everyone's different, and now it's really, it's impossible for a teacher to personalize learning experience for everyone. So yeah, that's basically our idea, that AI will help to solve that issue.
Personalized AI, like educator.
Yeah, and I also asked them, what do you struggle the most when you're at school or with your tasks? And they said, okay, I would need a tool that would help me manage my time, because I have a lot of deadlines, one after the other. And some of them have more weight. For example, one of them is 50% of the final grade, some other is 20% of the final grade. So that's something that they actually need. And the other one was to assess, to give feedback. Because sometimes the teacher can give you one-time feedback, but maybe that's not enough, or you're a bit more unsure and you need more guidance. So ideally, our AI tool would help the critical thinking in a sense that they would develop their idea with the tool and not just one tool dropping information into them.
Excellent. So tool to help prioritization and time management, and amazing. Thank you so much. Like you hear, from students and of course from others, you hear the best solutions. Hey, how about here? Are you ready to share? I'm sure you are. Yeah. Do we have a microphone? Can you bring us? Yeah. Please pass it.
Okay, thank you very much. Our team made some proposal, very interesting one, because we are coming from different backgrounds, but myself is a teacher, so they asked me how the AI can help me as a teacher, to solve problems. And I said, if I could have some kind of a classroom manager tool for myself, someone said that AI assistance, but within the classroom, that could be definitely cool. And then this tool is definitely managed by teachers and helped by administrators, educational technologists, but the final users are definitely also the students. So we want to emphasize also collaboration, engagement, and then we want to make sure that students are using AI in different assignments, but also to be personalized, that me as a teacher can say which student is doing very good or maybe needs some help on some other sides, but also for the school management as well, to see how the AI is working out. And also we want to pay attention also on ethical aspects, definitely. The real question is that we heard in the panel before, What if we miss these ethical principles maybe in the first year at the university? And then me as a teacher at the fourth year, at the senior level, I ask the students to do it. What's going to happen then? Are we going to make some mess or like a misuse of AI and things like that? So we want to create a tool, a classroom manager tool. That's it.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So in a way, managing also educators' time, like where to prioritize, like these students need more help. In a way, I mean, it's kind of a combination of all this. Yeah, hey, how about you guys? Would you like to share? And also we come back with the microphone to this side as well. So be prepared.
Okay, so here I was fortunate to be with the panelists in a team. And we were discussing on how not to lose the human touch in this rapid technological advancement stage. So we thought of integrating something into all AI-powered apps that you are using in education, where if a student is using AI for certain kind of prompts constantly, then it kind of says, hey, you seem to be using it too frequently. Why don't you try and do it yourself this time?
Oh.
Or something like when it is something related to creativity or art or giving your own perspective, when you put that prompt in, the AI tells you, that's interesting, but I would like to hear your perspective first before giving an answer. Kind of encouraging to allow us to stay being human and not become totally robotic and still use the technology to its maximum advantage.
I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for sharing. I did my PhD about AI, but I gave recently a task to myself. Can you, Tommy, write a fiction book, totally without AI? Turns out that it's doable, but it's not easy. With AI, it would have been so much faster, like in 10 minutes. Now it took me like 10 months. It's crazy. So next one, who would like to share? Where's the microphone going on? Yeah, here. So would you like to share? Yeah.
I think we have kind of misunderstood the assignment because we didn't came up with an actual solution, but rather general guidelines and ideas that students and teachers should follow while they are using AI. I'm not sure if it fits this description, so would you like to hear it or not?
We want to hear it, yeah. Yeah. And guidelines are a solution. I mean, it's a part of solution.
I mean, kind of, they are, yes. So basically, with the use of AI, teachers could easily create customized lesson plans and customized solutions for each individual student, considering their skills, their requirements, and their basically general knowledge about the actual lecture that they want to learn. And then also skills. We were asked to come up with skills that would be necessary to use AI in education. And very interesting and very important skills are prompt engineering, obviously, critical thinking, and if you ask me or us, we think that fact-checking, because as we know, AI is not perfect, so fact-checking the responses is very important skill as well. And also, everybody has to be aware of the limitations of AI, because it has, for now, many limitations, and we have to be sure that we expect results that can be expected from the AI. So basically, these are some of our ideas, but obviously the full text is longer, but we will see.
Yeah, for me it sounds like a solution, I mean solution proposal. Thank you so much for sharing. Would you like to share? Yeah, so can we pass the microphone to the front, and then you have like 5 seconds to prepare. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so we came up with an idea called EduVans. and we were having in mind learners with attention deficits and how AI could help this specific category of learners. And we were thinking that this app, which can be a standalone app or an integrated tool in an already existing app, can somehow summarize longer texts that are usually, let's say, more difficult to digest for people with learning troubles or with reading troubles, to summarize the key information and make the text more, let's say, appealing, more interesting for this category of learners. And the same could be applied to longer presentations, for example, by prompting constantly the student with, for example, questions, or hey, this is interesting for you. Ideally, even connecting to personal interest of the student themselves. Yeah, so that's our idea.
Wow, I love it. So it's also kind of personalized. So there is a connection to many others. Well, so when we know that okay, this person actually would prefer like a 10-minute summary, let's create it. Jury representative, chair of the jury, Teresa Rizzi, are we ready?
It was intense. I don't know if you saw me running up. We are ready. We selected the best ones. But, should I say it now? Yes. We have some online winners, but we don't have their emails. So, if you want to be a winner, after I say your name, please write your emails on the chat, the submission, because nobody will see it. It's private. We will keep it and send you the prize via email. Otherwise, you will lose your prize. So, on-site participants. The on-site winners are Arina, Veronica, Alessia, and Carla. You can come to stage. And who says what they want? We say it?
We say it, yeah. We say it. So this is sponsored by Aalto Executive Education. So there will be a free online course for you guys. So this is actually a taster for about Aalto University's offerings, because we were talking about this. Yeah, it's a perfect timing. So congratulations.
Good job.
We were literally talking over the break that, hey, how to study in Aalto? Well, this is how you study in Aalto, online. Yeah, and when to start? Well, how about in next half an hour? Yeah, congratulations.
We want to specify that also your answer was really good, but it's like we have to choose. And for online participants, we think the best answers are from Karel Aliku, sorry if I say. Ah, you're here. Okay.
Oh, wow. Then join us on the stage.
We can have you then.
Oh, wow.
This is embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing.
Okay. So hopefully this person is online. Omari Lloyd? No. Are you there? Are you Omari? Okay. How many are in your team? One? I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Ugliesa Marianovic?
Okay.
You're all on side. Then, well, good job. It was great.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
we are going to find another, because we have one prize more. So we are going to check if there are online participants and give the prize.
Yeah. Excellent. Hey, thank you so much for joining the interactive fun experiment ideathon, how to deal with AI in the future. I guess it's now time to give floor to our fantastic moderator, and thanks for the session. We had fun. I think you also had fun. Thank you.
Good job.
Well, thank you for such a kind words as well. So really coming to a very end of our event here. So we only have one final remarks here from the Vice Rector for Educational Innovation at the Tallinn University. So Kristi Klaasmägi, I'm very, very honored to ask you to join me here on the stage. Thank you.
I believe I have the hardest task of anyone who has presented today, following all of the excellent speakers, the panelists, and especially the young woman from Mexico. How do I follow her? I don't know. I think she really exemplified what Antoaneta Angelova-Krasteva said in the morning when she opened the floor today. Kind of the DigiEduHack is a possibility for people to bring their ideas together, but we see that they go away from this event also, like really with sparkling eyes. I have some notes prepared, but I really try to follow such excellent speakers before me. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to all of you, the participants, the organizers, the supporters, who made the 5th DigiEduHack event a success. We have witnessed something remarkable. We had 52 hackathons taking place in classrooms, labs, online spaces in 27 countries, where diverse minds and skill sets have come together to reimagine the future of education. Hackathons are, at their core, about creation, but they are also about connection. People from different disciplines, different backgrounds, with distinct perspectives and competencies, coming together to tackle complex challenges. And we have challenges galore in education, as we all know, and as we also heard from today's first panelists. Hackathons are unique environments where we see the perfect blend of human ingenuity and technological tools. Through the DigiEduHack events, we have seen how technology has been used to bridge gaps, whether those gaps are geographic, disciplinary, or cultural. The beauty of hackathons lies not only in the solutions produced, but also in how those solutions come to life, and also in the experience the participants have during the events. My first ever hackathon that I participated in took place about 10 years ago in a small rural city in Estonia, in a school there. We stayed at the school for the full weekend. We slept there. I remember going down for sleep on the mattress in the teacher's parlor. I remember the excitement, the structure of working, the structure of presenting, like complementing each other. It was a wonderful experience. But not only that. Here in Europe, we are very much results-oriented people. Of course, the aim of DigiEduHack hackathon, the aim of other hackathons is to improve education attainment for our youth and also our adult population. And it makes every sense to focus on the outcomes, on the solutions and products that have the capacity to change the most. So naturally, we celebrate the outcomes of the hackathons that can be put into practice after the event and that will change the world around us. And when I think about the hackathon that I participated in 10 years ago, there were about 50, 60 participants, 7, 8 teams. And out of those teams, only one team emerged as kind of a solution that's really existent even nowadays. It's a nonprofit in Estonia that is supporting schools to be a more welcoming place for novice teachers. And by now, they actually work with 1/5 of all schools in Estonia. So it can really be considered as a great success story. And thinking about like how many hackathons took place right now under the umbrella of DigiEduHack, there was like 52, I think. If all of those 52 hackathons produced even one such a successful outcome, the impact of DigiEduHack hackathon is really tremendous. But I have to say that such success stories are only one type of the outcomes that the hackathons and DigiEduHackathon probably produced. It seems to me that there are at least 2 more types of outcomes that such blended environments can produce, and that those 2 other types of outcomes are equally deserving of to be celebrated. The second type of outcomes are the outcomes that are not going fly by itself, but they will lay foundations for the future. These are important ideas born from the collaboration with different people, and they will become like the basis for the future products. But it is not the original team that will implement them. When I think about, again, the hackathon that I attended 10 years ago, there was a team that was working on how do we bring new Estonian-speaking teachers to Eastern Estonia. This team didn't continue working afterwards, but I have seen the ideas that they came up with implemented by different municipalities, implemented by the Estonian government even. Like the ideas were special stipend, the municipality housing, the specialty webinars for those teachers, making the new environment more welcoming for them. And I hope that the DigiEduHack was the birthing place for many such new ideas, thoughts, realizations that become foundation for the further development in the field of education. We will never know, and we will never hear about the impact of DigiEduHack in relation of those ideas, but we know that it is there. And it's not important that the label or slogan is out there, it's important that the change happens in local places where people work. But last and not least, there are some outcomes that are even less tangible, I would say, but I think they are not less important. It is the relationships formed, the impressions made, the inspiration sparked. And these effects of hackathons are important parts of human experience, of living and remembering. And we are meaning-making machines. And the contents that we have processed will become the ingredients that we have available for the meaning-making in the future. I personally am of opinion that the human experiences created during the hackathon are as significant as any tangible outcomes that were produced. It is something that we witness in the academia, at the universities again and again. People from different disciplines, they have different frames of reference. They seem to speak different languages, even if they both speak Estonian. But adding developers' code to educators' insights, we get something that neither of them was able to think before meeting the other. And such diverse teams are the microcosm of the future of education. Diverse, interconnected, and driven by a shared purpose. And the solutions developed are impressive, but the process, the collaboration, the listening, the mutual respect, that's what truly stands out for me. And of course, hackathons are just one example of how collaboration can drive innovation, but there are many other models worth exploring as we move forward. Yeah, let me share with you some of the inspiring projects from Tallinn University that have pushed the boundaries of collaboration in different ways. One such example is the EdTech Talents project, which aims to make education and technology work better together in Estonia, Hungary, and Serbia. In this project, academic and support staff from these countries have had the opportunity to learn from successful edtech companies in Austria, Germany, and Spain. And at the same time, the researchers from these countries shared their expertise and knowledge with edtech companies in Estonia, Hungary, and Serbia. And the staff worked at successful edtech companies for several weeks, immersing themselves in the know-how, culture, and practices, and then bringing those valuable experiences back to their own workplaces. As my personal colleagues have also participated in those exchange programs, I have witnessed the energy and the new perspectives that they bring back to their own workplaces. And another example is the Academy for Business project. This initiative is all about creating meaningful connections between academia and the real world of business. It fosters collaboration by bringing people from different disciplines together to learn from each other and share their strengths, whether those strengths are rooted in business, academia, private or public sectors. And these projects show what we have already accomplished in bringing together people from diverse fields to learn from one another and collaborate effectively. There are the strengths that each and every individual brings. Then there are also strengths inherent in all of the sectors. And making all of these work together is no small task. But initiatives like EdTech Talents, Academy for Business, and DigiEduHack play a crucial role in moving forward. They help create the space where people from all walks of life can come together, harness their individual and diverse strengths, and co-create solutions that benefit us all. And as we are concluding this special event here, we look ahead. I want to encourage each of you to carry the momentum of DigiEduHack forward. Whether you produced a ready solution, whether you planted the seeds for future of innovation, or whether you simply forged new relationships here that will enhance your meaning making, every outcome has value. And as the EdTech Talents and Academy for Business projects are prime examples of how collaboration can be deepened beyond hackathons, connecting disciplines, sectors, and even nations, we have seen the power of stepping into each other's worlds, of academia learning from business, of technology bridging the educational fields, and of people from different cultural backgrounds coming together to share their knowledge and experience. It has required a considerable time commitment from all parties involved. And I challenge you all to continue finding innovative ways to collaborate in and finding time for that. Let's see technology not as a replacement for our interactions, but as a bridge that brings us closer together. And let's amplify our connections, learn from one another, and create solutions that make lasting impact. And DigiEduHack has shown us it's possible if we unite around a shared vision. And now it's time to take what all of us have learned to bring it back to our workplaces, our schools, our communities, because this is where the change needs to happen. And together we can continue to innovate, inspire, transform education for the better, and I hope more equitable future. And I hope that we also may come together in a year for the next DigiEduHack event. Thank you all for being part of this incredible journey. 52 events in 27 countries. Can't really emphasize that enough, I think. And let's keep pushing the boundaries, and let's keep the future where technology and human connection go hand in hand. Thank you.
So it is absolutely fantastic to end with this inspiring notes here. But before I start my final remarks here, we would also like to say a very, very big thank you to Aalto University, because they have given a free AI course to our winners today. So we really, really do appreciate that side. And for the final remarks from my side, I would like to say a massive thank you to each one of you here who stayed with us the whole day. And of course, all of the speakers and all of the, also the panelists here, the keynote speakers and so on. So we really, really appreciate sharing your knowledge, your expertise in your field. And I really do believe that thanks to this, that we're able to make also changes and bigger impacts in the entire educational sector by using technology in a bit smarter way that we have done in the past or we're doing today. So the future really does look bright to me as well. Some more information from my side. So please do remember that the DigiEduHack does not end here today because this is a year-round initiative. So please do stay tuned for the next steps as well for this fantastic journey of changing the educational field. And as a next step, you might have a question, like we said that there were a lot of different hackathons around Europe, around the world. So now there is a steering group of DigiEduHack, and they will evaluate the solutions submitted by all the local winners, and they will select 12 winners that will go on a public vote. And then 4 of them will be the global winners and will be selected sometime in the spring. So I really do ask you to follow their social media channels where this will be announced, and you can also, of course, vote for this. And there will be even a big award ceremony for this as well. So please do not forget to do that. And from my side as moderator, once again, a very big thank you for keeping up with me the whole day. I hope you really had a great time here with us in Tallinn or somewhere, wherever you are joining us, either in Mexico or India or Philippines, as we saw as well. And yeah, so I would like to say a very big thank you, and then also ask all the speakers to go grab a bottle here as a present that you can take home with you as well. And then also all the participants to join me here on the stage, because we are going to take a lovely family photo here on the stage. Plus also there is a photo wall on the outside of this room here. So please do go, take some of the photos, and then you can of course post them on social media and say how wonderful time we had here together. So once again, a very big thank you, and I wish you a very lovely rest of the day.